Hopefully, can you let? Hey, Dan, if you can hear us okay, can you go ahead and just type in yes in the chat for me? No problem. Yeah, okay. So, when you speak, will these pick up? Yeah, you have those, you have that, and then you have stuff for the Zoom.
Thank you very much. Very welcome. You're just saying. Okay, well, there's water here too, if anybody wants a bottle of water. Thank you, Erin. And then, next for the lunch, whether or not we can do that.
They have to go to lunch on their own.
Okay.
Sorry.
Nice. Something we're gonna consider.
That's right.
Yeah, something that we will take care of in the charter. All right. Erin, can you do me a quick favor and print off the red line and clean version for Gretchen? Thank you. Appreciate you. All right, Erin.
Cool. All right, let's go call to order our, oh dear, what are we doing today? Work session. February 4th at 8:11 a.m. Council President Gearhart.
Here.
Councilor Arditi,
He's
not here now, but will be here soon. Councilor Quanstrom. Here. Councilor Tyso. Here. And Councilor Mitchell.
Here.
All these names again. Councilor Cunningham. Here. Mayor Kazmierski here. Right. First item, we will go ahead and open up for open forum. Open forum is intended to ensure the community has an opportunity to provide input for items being considered on the agenda or make suggestions for future agendas. This time, the council will be happy to receive your comments pertaining to items on the agenda, with the exception of public hearings for which testimony will be received and conducted in the proper form and manner at the time of the hearing. Each person's time will be limited to 3 minutes. Gretchen, as the only one here, do you have any comment? Do our best. Thanks.
I'll be back here taking notes.
And you're the only one online. If you would like to provide public comment, please go ahead and raise your hand. Okay, hearing none, we will go ahead and close open forum and move on to our only item of business today to discuss and consider our charter review. I think the process for this, I go through.
Yeah, so for the last couple of months, the CRC has been meeting to go over the charter, taking out archaic language, switching out shall with will, sung a little bit better. Some of the other things were they did a direct elect for the mayor. So instead of being appointed by the council, it'll be elected by people. We did vacancy replacement roles, clarified some duties of the mayor and council president. We removed prohibited compensation. So right now our charter says that you guys will not receive any benefits. That means food, pay, all the good stuff. So what we put in there was to have another committee to look at possibly looking at a pay scale for you guys. It is not something you have to do. We're just making it an option for you. So the mayor would be paid, and you guys would get $50 a month for something like that. We removed a lot of the language for council rules from the charter. That should be in the bylaws or a rules of procedures document, which Ann and I and Trish are working on right now. So we're getting
everything from here.
Yeah, everything's already in there. There's a couple of spots in there that you would need a 2/3 vote to suspend the rules, which doesn't happen very often, but sometimes it needs to happen. We added guidelines to suspension of the rules, which I just said, reinforced non-interference rules. This is a common standard for all cities, and it just basically says that councilors are not allowed to coerce. I don't know what I'm trying to say there. City managers, the chief, the attorney to get what they need or want. We also removed sections for the public rail, which is something that was done many years ago before I started. This would prohibit the city from doing anything with TriMet with the rail system. However, that is probably not ever going to happen. It's too much money. And what that is, Dan, I know, it's at some point they talked about doing a rail down 99 in the middle. I don't see that happening. And with our TriMet professional over there, he's seen the money.
I did have a question about that part. I don't know if we want to start at the beginning or...
We can do whatever you guys want. But before we start that, I do need my copy of so I'll run back to my office and make notes so I don't get lost.
If we did not invite Missy to come today because the goal was that we would take down notes and legal questions we had and then present those to her as a saving.
So just make sure when you guys have legal questions, just say I have a legal review or a legal question, something that can point me out to write a note, and I can put it in the minutes correctly.
I assume everybody has read this already.
Yeah.
Good.
I got all my notes.
We added a few sections in here for urban renewal districts. Technically, this does not need to be in the document. However, it's something that we kind of want to remind the city council and city staff that this is an option for the Newark district, or for the Newark part of King City. All it really takes is an ordinance from the council saying, have a new URD for this area. That's kind of make it super simple.
A new what?
Urban renewal district. It's a taxing district.
Yeah, I know it is.
Yeah.
Okay, I just didn't, you were talking.
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
And then the biggest part is we recommended doing a charter review every 10 years, or 11 years. So basically when the census comes out in every 10 years, once that data is published, we get the charter review committee started. That way we have new data, we can say, okay, well, we have 5,000 new people here, it's time to start doing districts or something like that. I have a question about that later. So that's kind of the So for the city manager and the city attorney, the judge, we took the job description out of the charter. We felt that those positions kind of change over time sometimes. So it's easier to do a resolution than changing the charter, because the charter has to go to the public to get voted on.
Is that something that, also, or are we just doing that as a council?
We're doing that as a council,
Okay.
Because what we can do is just basically take whatever is in the charter now and put it in a resolution. I believe we've kind of already did that. With the job description, if
Yeah.
I remember correctly.
Yeah, for the city manager, but
For
then.
the city manager, but we would need to do for the city attorney, yeah, and the judge, yeah. We review changes, the charter committee started in April of 2025, so they did a lot of work in a kind of a short time. Even though the charter review committee has been going for 2024, we just didn't get any members. There wasn't any getting this stuff going, so started that. And then thanks to all the members, we are here today to start looking at this redlining more. There is notes, so you guys know the timeline on this. Technically, you guys can review this today and be done with it today, or we can work on it more. Whatever you guys want. I'm just here to make sure you guys get the support you need. With that said, my timeline for this has to be done by July 15th, 2026, to meet my deadline for elections. I have to file this August 14th, 80 days from the election. So that gives us February, March, and April really get this done if we want it.
Great.
Yeah.
Question. What kind of reference material did you use when you put this together?
So what we did, yeah, so it was actually quite a bit. We used West Lynn, Morgan City, LLC, Sam, I'm tired, but it was LLC standard. Yeah, their new master form from the LLC, which was literally published January 9th. So we reviewed that day of everything that they've changed, and we've legal did do a review from CRC. So everything right now is sound, except there's one part in here that we do want you guys to pay more attention to. It is Section 5.6A. This is pertaining to the city attorney, because right now it conflicts with the resolution for direct appointment by the mayor. So we just need to kind of figure out where we want to go. I think we're doing a pretty good job right now with the direct appointment with attorneys.
Well, because it's still, we still got clause in there,
Correct. So we just need to make sure that the charter and the resolution work together. So I'm gonna go grab some my paperwork and you guys start your discussions and,
Yeah, this is not raise your hand?
Yeah, I'm not gonna do any parliamentary.
No.
Okay.
Just a note that, I've got an appointment that I could not, change, so I will be needing to leave about, maybe 9:30, 9:45, and then I won't be able to come back. So I hope that we can discuss a couple of points that I wanted to discuss before I have to leave.
Sure, yeah.
Okay.
Let's start with what you got.
Okay, one of my concerns is the election of mayor directly versus general election for councilors. To me, that's a big change for the size of our community. It seems like it could complicate, like if there are a couple of people that are candidates that want to be mayor, and one of them doesn't get elected, but it would make a good counselor, then can they run for both? Or,
Actually had a similar question.
right, and so that seems to me like, for a small community that, we might want to reconsider that.
We have kind of a difficult policy
Yes, getting.
filling our
Yeah.
council.
And so I would not like to eliminate someone who doesn't make it, like those two candidates running, one of them doesn't get mayor, then they're not on the council. And they could make a very good council. So, anyway, that's a concern I have. And then another concern for the future is with the development going way out west, we have a new population out there. We have the existing population here, and then in the middle, it'll be the later part that will be developed. That's a different population. Should we consider having counselors represent those different areas? In other words, could we assign, say, you're electing a counselor for your area, and that way you don't get underrepresented?
So, yeah, so you're talking about districts, and we did have that conversation. So we can discuss it now if you want, or we could, hold the question a little bit, or.
I think it kind of all wraps in. I like that. My concern is the same with your initial concern with mayor. It's like, what if we don't have anybody from those districts that want to, like, I don't think me living in Edgewater means I can't represent KCCA or the new development, right? Like, living in that area, yes, you might, hold that as your baby or whatever, but I would be concerned that we just wouldn't have applicants from each.
Well, and would it involve the population? So like there's, a couple of houses that are sold out there now, but one of those 5 people would have to be in the district.
Yeah, because it's just,
Because it's unpopulated at this point. It's a concept.
Remember how difficult a time we had to find candidates for the last two.
So,
That makes some clarity.
Well, here's just a thought, is that could the charter allow, by resolution, at a time when it seems appropriate, when the development has occurred, and you have a younger population out west and the retirement community here, would it be possible to set it up so that by resolution you could then change district, elect by district or not? I don't know what legally you could do.
Resolution, no, maybe. I think that's gonna be because I'm trying to, you could put a clause in there saying, by resolution, the council will work on districts.
Or may assign districts.
May assign districts.
Would that be
but
something that would
I
be?
don't, because we did, the CRC did talk about this. They were, going to possibly wait until 2031. Maybe that's our next census,
Oh, so the next,
2031. Sorry, I'm trying to,
I know.
I think that that's
uh,
in 5 years, that's when we might have more that situation.
Yeah.
yeah, so, you might have more population, you'll have more data to figure out, is this the right time for this, or do we need to wait another 10 years? Because in 5 years, they might not have all the homes that they thought they might. I don't
Yeah, you don't know, right.
So then, if we do have districts, let's say KCCA is the largest population, and then next would be Edgewater, I'm guessing. Do you have, like, 3 representatives? 2 from Edgewater, 1 from here, 1 from here, 1 from there, Highlands or whatever? You can go into that kind of detail?
It's getting too
Yeah, so,
complicated.
It does.
I would have
That's a
to
valid point.
really, I haven't done much digging on it. There are other cities out there that do have districts, like Astoria, they have districts out there, or wards, I should say, sorry.
And Portland,
I'm sorry,
Portland.
in Portland, they have districts. But there are some things that we could borrow from them.
We're not nearly
Never.
the size.
But at the end of the day, like,
Yeah.
we're gonna have like 10,000 people, right? So breaking it up is still, I feel like, very limiting for a 7-member council to assign like,
Breaking it up into districts, or?
yeah,
Yeah, because,
Yeah, I agree.
like who's to say anybody from Edgewater even wants to be on council?
Yeah, or
Or from
all
the new,
7 of them want to be, are from Edgewater.
yeah.
Maybe one solution with the mayor thing, and it's probably, maybe it becomes legal, is if you say 2 people are running for mayor, if the other, you could sort of have ranked choice voting for the city council positions, where if there's 4 people running for city council, it would be the top 4 vote getters.
that's the way it works right now.
It is the way it works, but at the same time, if one of the person who does not become mayor, if their vote fell within the top 4, do you knock off one of the city councilors to sit the mayor? I don't know. That seems awkward to me. I think either you become mayor or you find some other way to serve the city.
I'm not a fan of ranked choice voting.
Is there
It's confusing.
in which voters could vote for anybody running for mayor? Like, you're not running specifically for mayor, you're on the ballot, and it could be like, vote for one of these.
So the way, the mayors usually work, the position is, at large. So the whole city will vote for the mayor.
Right.
And then when we have districts, or ever had districts, those councilors would run for those districts, and the residents in that district would vote for them.
But how is it going to work in the meantime? Because we're not.
So right now, it's at large.
It's at large.
It's at large, yeah.
And
And so we're not, the CRC did not recommend any changes to the election per se. It's more that the mayor is being elected at large. So somebody wants to run for mayor, or wants to be the mayor, they give me the paperwork, I give it to Washington County, they get on the ballot, I'm running for the mayor.
My other just thought around this is, considering the wild couple of years that we've been through, I would have never run for mayor. But I'm enjoying it, and I feel like I'm doing a decent job. So my fear is that, and especially with it being 4 years instead of 2, I like the turnover of who's leading the city every 2 years, and I don't think that an elected, like, I don't think it makes sense to elect a mayor every 2 years.
And what happens if the mayor's recalled?
But and that was actually one of my, because that's not,
Just, I'm famous for that.
outlined in the new charter. That was one of my questions. There's, it talks about councilor vacancies. It talks about council president covering for the mayor for 6 months. So my question was, and then what? If the mayor's recalled in the first 6 months? Anyway, so that was a whole other thing. But I think with our small city, I value multiple viewpoints, and I feel as though a mayor for 4 years is just too long. And being elected, I don't know, I just think the council, I like the councilors choosing, because I think there's value in that, like, who the council thinks can step up and be the one leading the council. You know, like, you've all been elected as councilors, the city chose the 7 of us, of you, whatever, to run, and then after that, I like that then it's chosen amongst.
You're the only person in this room that's been elected. The rest of us have been appointed.
Yeah, through the.
But I said in this room.
Oh, in this room, okay.
He's not here.
Yes, and again, so, I would not have run for mayor.
We know.
It was just like, you know, that's one of my concerns is, you know, not having enough people wanting to run, like even with having 4 open seats last time, or 3 open seats, there were 5, 6 candidates, and we have 4 open seats this time, I don't know.
And the ballot was very confusing, because the ballot specifically said, vote for 3 and 4, and people in certain areas of our community marked 4th and invalidated their whole ballot.
And one thing I do, I talk to as many people as I can, and especially in KCCA, people want to keep it the way it used to be.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I laugh out loud? I'm sorry.
Or they're worried that when we double in size, the KCCA will lose its identity.
Mm.
And I was amazed how many people had that thought. So I don't know how we retain that. I kind of agree. I don't think we necessarily need to change it just for the sake of change. I think some things are better off not changing.
So they're concerned about their thoughts and ideas and votes being diluted by the change that's taking place to the west of us.
And they hear that the police station will be moving way down there, according to them. And
That was the original
Yeah.
part of the plan, but, I mean, nothing.
The services are leaving. They're not across the street anymore, and they're in their minds. And change is hard for those of us that are old. Just saying.
Anyway, so
Harder.
it all falls into the same bucket as far as.
Do you mind if I talk about that, Ernie?
I argued that I wanted to,
Yeah.
you know, whether it's me as the chief executive having an office down there, that's one thing. But as far as policing the city, I've always wanted to stay here because it's set up perfectly for a training room, a courtroom, and, you know, records and everything like that. It's a perfect size for that. And I think it helps, you know, reduce our footprint down there a little bit as well. So you all doesn't have to. And, you know, obviously it should be planned for, but I've always argued for us staying.
Is it big enough with like double the amount of officers and?
It can be. Where all of a sudden you see, everything kind of figured out. That way. No, I'm not saying we're not gonna have an office down, we're still gonna have to. And all that sort of stuff, but it's kind of eliminate some of that worry.
Mhm.
That, because we're effectively splitting the city in two. We're still gonna have a car, you know, it has to be at west end, so it'll be busier on this end with all the traffic ahead. That's my argument, whether I win or not, but that's, that's what I would like.
A district office, so to speak.
Yes, I'm
An
sorry.
outpost or a district office. Substation is the right word.
And I would dovetail on that, where as the city starts to grow, there might be movement of things, but like Ernie said, the police will be centrally located, and if this makes the best decision, then that's where they would stay. And then the folks that occupy the offices here, they might be outsourced to another area in the city. And so that would be then the central location for law enforcement, but we haven't made any decisions, or there's a lot of planning involved in that too, so this stuff doesn't happen overnight, but.
And it's years away most likely, and
Absolutely.
I think I heard Mike Weston, correct me if I'm wrong, I think he talked about a municipal building, and the cost was like $134 million.
Yes, it was a presentation in the summer where he talked about
All right.
a workout place, a pool, the district, the city offices. It was,
Kind of off topic a little bit, but
yes.
that's a huge chunk of change.
Oh, yeah.
And in the Kingston Cares Master Plan, I recall reading that community center, in order to finance it, would potentially increase cost to every resident by $1,500 a year.
But, where did you read that?
It was a bond, to finance it by bond. It was in the it was one of the documents where they analyzed it. And so that's, like you said, it's a big chunk of change. And how you get that financed, whether it's by bond measure, which would be very expensive for everybody, or if you get funding. I believe
Sure, if they just did that without any other sources of income.
Yeah, it would just,
Revenue.
right, it was just based on a bond measure to finance the whole thing.
Because I think you have SDCs that are someday going to go towards that.
Yeah.
So, heard you correctly.
Because that's sort of an alarmist statement that you're making, and so I think I would like to know what the source is. I'm not saying that what you're saying is incorrect, but I don't ever remember seeing anything to that effect, that maybe maybe you have done a more careful reading than I have. I don't know, and so I would like to see sources before I go jumping off any cliffs.
Understood.
Because that is, you're right, it would be a lot of money, and if each property owner, it costs them $1,500 to support that kind of bond, that's never gonna happen. So,
It was one of the
but
funding
that's
mechanisms.
just a scenario, a what if, instead of a reality.
Yeah, I would have to do some research
There's
and
a
find where I
difference
read that.
between what if and reality.
For that bond, do you remember what page or what section it was in?
I'll have to go back, I'd have to dig. It's not in the finalized, simplified Kingston Terrace. It's in one of the other.
The analysis
Yeah.
part.
Right.
That's a lot of pages in there.
It's a lot, yes. That's aside, sorry.
Yeah, no, let's get back to,
It doesn't really have a lot to do with
it doesn't. Nope. I could go off on that for a while.
What I heard from you,
Yeah.
Madam Mayor, is that you would prefer to keep the mayorship as is, appointed by the city council.
Yeah, I mean, if there's a good argument otherwise, I'm still happy to listen to it. I appreciate being able to select from, the ones elected, and then I really do like a 2-year turnover.
Steve?
I agree.
Yeah.
And this is something that could be revisited in 2031 if a
Probably.
zoning changes and it looks like we could support. Yeah, I do tend to agree that right now our population is so small, it's kind of like when you're a small business and the small business administration sends somebody from SCORE who always has been like an executive at IBM, and he comes into your little business and says, well, you need to have all these separations of power. And it's like, my business only has 10 people, so where am I going to have all these separations of power? You worked in an organization with 10,000 people. You know, they can't, you know, we have to scale up as we grow.
Just clarity, I thought at one point you were recommending a 4-year term for the mayor.
I think that's if
That's in the,
mayor's elected.
If it's elected,
Yeah.
okay, thank you. But right now you're
It's every 2
suggesting
years.
we stay with 2, okay.
Yeah. I don't know. I just, seeing where we've been, like, I just think it's really, I think it's helpful just to have a new voice. Like, a turnover is good every couple of years, in my opinion.
Thank you.
And that's if it turns out.
I mean,
They may want to keep me for a couple of years.
for how long are you elected? 2 years?
So currently she's appointed for 2 years.
Yeah.
But if we decided to go with the, new charter language, it's, election every 4 years.
right. Yeah, so, 2-year term.
So were we voting?
We're not voting, I'm just trying to get a consensus so I can rewrite it later. And then at a regular meeting or a special meeting, then we can vote on
Okay.
all the changes all at once.
But we do want a consensus.
Yeah.
Yeah,
How we want
so,
it, what we want it to say.
Could I ask, what was the, I haven't heard the other side. Why was it recommended to be elected?
basically it came down to, we wanted the residents to have a voice of who is being in their office and who would be the, political head of Kings.
And would they have a political designation, or would it still?
So no, it's nonpartisan, but the way the charter is written is that, even now, is the mayor is the head of the city politically. The city manager is the head of administration.
You're kind of like the chairman of the board.
Yeah. Yeah. So,
Have councilors heard feedback from residents that they'd rather have an elected mayor? Has there been any upset? I mean, we had a recall, of course, which was another thing entirely. But just in casual conversations, are they asking for an election of that position?
with the conversations that I've had with a few people, yes, they would prefer to vote for
Okay.
that. But that's a very small sample.
Okay.
And the people I've talked to, all of them have
Yeah,
been, they want to leave it alone. But
So like,
that's KCCA people,
yeah.
and they're
My-
older than me.
My other worry is just like the campaigning part of it, like with our small city, like, so could it just end up being the person that has like the most funds to get their name out there? Like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
again, I think we could be missing like somebody, not that I'm like putting my own horn or anything, but like, again, like I would have been like, yeah, we'll let them do it. But,
Yeah.
you know, so I think there could be people that would just shy away from it and be like, oh, I'm not gonna have time to do that, or the
Or the
funds,
money.
or the, yeah.
Yeah.
Versus
So that's
like,
kind of the downfall, or I shouldn't say downfall, with any election.
Yeah.
Or political.
but we are, like, the community does still have a voice, because they're voting for the counselors,
Yeah.
right? So you still have the choice of who you want representing you on council. I fear, like, an agenda for somebody running for mayor. There's a lot of things I fear, I guess, with.
So Linda, how do you feel about it?
Oh, well, I'm trying to listen really carefully to kind of get some of the backstory, but, I see no compelling reason to change it to an elected position right now. Now, yes, as the city develops, that can change everything, including districts and so forth. So, I'm not arguing for an election at all. I think you're getting elected. It's not specially appointed. You're getting elected by the population in the city. And then if the council is empowered to choose who's going to sit in the mayor seat, I think that's fair representation. And I think there are dangers, particularly in the wider environment in our culture right now. Elections carry a lot of angst to them. And I think we could get mired in some really tough political situations depending on who wants to run and what kind of argument they're putting forward, what kind of agenda, as you say, Mayor. So I'm a little shy about trying to go to that dramatic change at this point. But take into account, I'm not wanting to really lobby strongly in one way or another as yet. But that's what I'm thinking.
I'm here to support the council and your folks' decision, and I think, like Jan mentioned, as the city grows, you know, the resources are gonna grow, and then we're gonna outgrow this building, and we're gonna have to look at that. And to your concerns, Councilor, on the cost of that capital investment, those are things that I wanna talk to Ronnie offline about. What funding source was that? Was it just general fund, and looking at that from a bond or a levy? There's SDCs, there's earmarks, even from congressional members that invest in capital investments. So there's different ways to look at how they fund large capital projects like that, especially when they're over like $100 million. And those projects are things that take years to develop. It's not something that would be done in a year. That's potentially a 3 to 5 year planning effort, right, of looking out. But then there's operation and maintenance expenses after something goes and rolls into service. Then you have to look at how much that's going to cost. There's cost escalations of staff. So there's a lot of planning that goes on of just looking at moving people out of this building. But anyway, those things aside, you know, my job is to support you, and so whatever you folks decide, like I believe Councilor Gearhart said, that I'm the operations side. So I'm just looking at it from the lens of, you know, how do we maintain the services for the city? The portions on what you folks choose of appointments or elections, I leave that to you. That's not my role.
Councilor Tyso?
I, at this point in time, feel like we should maintain the mayor's position the way we have it now, with probably the intention of seeing what happens in 2000, after the 2030 census, and all of a sudden our population's grown from 5,100 to, say, 8,500 maybe at that point. You'll look at it and say, I probably won't, because I'm really old.
That's why I love that we have in here, like, we're gonna periodically review.
Yeah.
Like, we're not gonna wait 20 years, like.
You know, that we should look at it in 2031, and we should probably have a resolution that says we're gonna have a relook in 2031, and I realize that that's kind of.
I think it should say after each census.
A short review time, because they're saying after.
Right.
After.
Somewhere in there.
So if this were to go into effect in 2027, then that's only 4 years, but, you know, will we have grown
But,
enough?
yeah, a lot could happen in 4 years.
No.
Yeah,
But
and
we should, but I think there should be a council resolution that says, we're gonna look at this, and we're gonna start that 10-year.
I think we already have it in here that we'll do it after each census.
So I can address that after everybody's kind of talked.
Okay, so but I think
Mhm.
we're putting the cart before the horse a little bit here. And I think we should leave it until we grow into the need.
Yeah, leave it as an option, but.
Gary, I had to really think about that one. It's not Commissioner Gary.
Well, you know, what my position is, I question whether it's a good step for right now. I think we should maybe leave it as it is. One of the things about voting for several positions at the same time is one of the voting habits that is apparent is that a lot of people will vote for, if there's like 4 counselors up or 3 counselors, they might vote for 1, maybe 2, because they're not familiar. And so by that voting habit, unless you emphasize during the election that you need to really vote for 3 or fill, so that they're all filled, you may end up with candidates that get a very low number of votes that are elected, because people only vote for the most familiar.
But that's already happened.
Yeah, it's happening now.
And that's kind of the way, if you don't have your name in the booklet or out on, they're not gonna vote for you. Because they don't know who exists. But now that's why I tell everyone, and I'll say it here, because everybody's in here now, I can say it. When you run for office, always put your name in the pamphlet, always. Because that's the thing that people go to.
So with having 2 things to vote for, plus maybe multiple counselors, it could dilute the vote, and you may end up with people being elected that aren't really the prime candidates. It would make it a very complex process.
We'd have to talk to elections on that, because they're the ones that put those wordings on the ballot. Because we have 3 open positions, and well, this term we'll have 4 open positions. So if we have 11 people running, the 4 with the most votes.
That's right.
Yeah. But I see what you're saying, and I'll just have to talk to elections on that to see if I can get something clearer. Put the charter on that.
As I recall on the ballot, it will say choose 4 people or choose 3 following. I mean, so it's usually there in black and white.
It was huge. It was bold. Vote for 3.
But it doesn't.
And they're in bold, and so if people don't read, that's their problem.
Right.
It's our problem.
But it ends up being our problem if they only vote for 1. It
So
doesn't.
that's an undervote, and then there are
Right.
overvotes. So, I mean,
Yeah, I mean, I see all of your points. That's where, yeah, under and undervotes count. Undervotes.
Yeah. It doesn't invalidate the ballot if you only vote.
It doesn't.
If you only vote for 1,
Yeah, if you only vote for 1,
you're valid.
that person gets that point, and then all the other
Right.
3 counselors don't get any count.
Right.
And 1 guy. And I didn't have the heart to tell him. I mean, 0.
Yeah, because now they're like, oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
So at this point, I say keep it simple and, yeah.
So do we need to, since we have now, seems like determined, that part the same, do we need to go back and
Redline, or can you,
So,
we have before and.
yeah, so basically what I'm going to do is,
You didn't ask.
it changes like
You
several,
didn't ask me for my opinion.
Sandy, your opinion?
Hold it the same. But I'm just saying.
so yeah, we'll have to go backtrack, and that's fine. That's it's simple. Yeah, tidying up the area,
So there's gonna be like the composition,
yeah.
we'll go,
So basically, yeah, term of office will change, so we'll just revert that section back to the original. But I do not need a motion, and I do not need a vote right now, so we'll do that.
document.
Yeah, on the total document.
Can you remind me what your other, first was the mayor, there was another concern you had, did we already address that, or was it the district?
It was a concern about representation of districts. Yeah.
Something we'll also probably just look at.
For the future.
Yeah.
As the population increases, then we need to consider whether or not, if you have them all elected from from the existing area, they may be underrepresented in the new area.
Well, section 2 needs, or, I mean, section 4.2 needs a,
Yeah, a nice little overhaul, yep. And then, Counselor Tyso, for your concern on, the census data and all that, section 2.4, construction of this charter. The charter shall be subject to periodic review at least every 10 years, concurrent with the release of the data from the United States Census or sooner, if approved by 2/3 vote, of the city council. So,
At least every 10 years,
at least every 10 years.
concurrent with the release of,
Yeah,
So
I guess,
technically-
at the same time as the census, we'd do it.
Yes, so 2030, they start a census. 2031, they'll release the data, and that's usually around April.
Yeah.
I guess I'm,
Was this clear enough to meet that need of we want to start in 31?
right, I'm just, that's what I
We need a 2/3
But
vote.
I don't know that that necessarily has to go in the charter, because it looks like there's some, and that's why I was saying,
I would leave it in the charter because this tells city council and staff that every 10 years, we need to relook at our charter.
My concern here with the way that it's written,
Yeah, and
it says if approved by 2/3 vote of the council, it's sooner, and
So-
so 31 is technically sooner than 10 years, would it need?
correct, and that's why I was
So,
proposing.
the way it's worded, and I talked to Missy on this, and from Parliament, who suggested adding sooner, with the 2/3, just so that if there's something that comes up, we could amend it sooner.
Right, I'm just saying, to be prudent, that outside of the charter, that when we bring up a resolution that says, starting,
31.
Yeah, I mean, if you guys want to, absolutely.
and that would fall under
I-
2/3.
I really like that, so that way it's not murky, as
Because otherwise it's gonna be 15 years.
31 is less than 10 years, and it says it's sooner, so I think that I don't know, we've seen.
I agree. Tighten it up.
Yeah, so let's leave it as it is there, but I agree that then we could,
So that we have a resolution on the book, so it doesn't just slide by, because there's always so much stuff.
at that point, so, yeah, I like that, you got that?
No, I'm not proposing that we change the charter the way it's written. I'm just proposing that we be proactive.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, so on that.
A question, would we want to start in 31? It took us, what, how many years to get to this day? A year? Would we want to start in 30 in preparation of the census being released?
The only thing with that is I wouldn't have the data.
Okay.
I wouldn't know how many people are over in Newark King City. I mean, we can guess, because we can use the, Portland.
Okay. It was just a question.
Yeah.
Just get started early.
Normally I would say yes, sooner the better, but this time we might want to wait until we actually have the data.
Okay.
Only, once our feet hit the ground, on the CRC, it only took them about 6 months to actually get this done.
Thank you, Gretchen.
A very efficient chair.
So on this resolution, just to help us staff, did you want it more as an advisory, or do you want it more as directing staff?
I don't know.
We can discuss that more later.
Yeah, I think we need to discuss that later, but I'm just thinking that it needs that the city council resolves that.
Yeah.
This will be in place, and then
every 10 years after, or,
And then we would, the mayor would make a charter review committee to look at.
so would we need to wait,
And bring their findings to council.
would we need to wait to do that resolution after the charter actually goes to the community and vote?
Yes. I mean,
Do it before that, right?
I realize I'm putting the cart before the horse.
No, but it's good to have the pieces in place.
Concern
Yeah.
in the notes. That's all.
So,
I'm hearing right, Ronnie, it might be easier too, to have things, if there is direction to staff, to have that flow through the city manager, just so one choke point. And that way, the city manager then can give direction to staff, and it's just, there's just more clarity that way too.
yeah, that's, when I say direct staff, I'm actually saying direct city manager and all. Trying to say that better.
Oh, no worries, I'm new, so I'm the,
So what would prompt that to happen again? Like, somebody would set an alarm for 2030, April 1st?
Yeah.
Throw it on the calendar.
Yeah, throw it on the calendar, yeah.
On your calendar?
yeah, I mean, I think it would be good to have as a reminder, just so that we know to come back to it, and that it's there, but yeah, we can earmark that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If it doesn't get scheduled, it doesn't get done.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, like I
there's a
said,
lot of things that come up.
if it's not on a sticky note or it's not on my calendar, it's not gonna get done. So on page 1, we're getting rid of the preamble. Sorry, we're shortening it to make it a little bit more clear.
Add that for just a second. Gary needs to leave. Did he finish his items? All right. You said you needed to leave, but you wanted to talk about the things that you had on your agenda.
Yeah.
Cover them all.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, I don't mean to be.
Oh, you're good, you're good.
no, thank you.
So,
I still got a few minutes for you.
Did you have anything else you wanted to discuss before you leave? Taylor?
No.
thank you, sorry, thank you.
So basically, we made it short, simple, and to the point.
I want to add back in, because I think it's a little bit confusing how it's written. It says, we exercise our power to the fullest extent possible under the Constitution and laws of the state of Oregon.
Which article are you on?
We're just in the very first
Section.
preamble. Can we add back in the Constitution and laws of the United States and the state of Oregon? Technically.
Why did we do that? I don't remember. It was
Missy.
was it Missy or Peter?
No, Peter.
I feel like we need to leave the Constitution in the United States.
There was a reason why we did that, but I don't honestly remember why, and I can ask.
Okay, let's
ask.
question.
I have no problem doing that, I just can't remember why we did.
Well, because I think there's another part in here, I think maybe under the oath, where it says
Yeah.
the laws of the United States and the state of Oregon, and I wanted to add in there, because we already have it in our oath, the charter, the King City.
Or is it when it says under the Constitution, is that sort of implied that it's the U.S. Constitution?
But there's there are two separate constitutions.
Yeah, so, yeah.
Unfortunately,
And we obviously have to, home rule only applies if we're not breaking state and federal law, right? So,
right.
I think
I don't
it should be tightened up.
I don't know if it's, I don't like implication, implied statements,
Yeah.
you know?
Tighten it up.
I think the effort, though, I remember attending that meeting. The effort here was to really shorten it.
Shorten it, yeah, and I don't remember exactly why we.
But it was recorded, so I'm sure we could go.
I'm all for shortening, but I also just appreciate in there that we crossed out and to provide for an honest and accountable council manager government. Oh,
Necessary.
but I understand wanting to shorten our preamble, but
It's a statement.
this is still what we strive to be. I don't like the implied, obviously we're all gonna try to be stand-up ethical people. I want it to be in there. This is our goal for the city, is that we are providing an honest and accountable council government,
But
you know?
maybe something
That's a mission statement, not a charter statement.
someplace.
So, that is something that we will talk about. in
I
our
think
March.
it's important,
I agree with Rachel. I think we should add it.
what you're about.
Yeah. I just don't see any harm in saying we want to provide an honest and accountable council manager government. I did.
I agree. I agree.
Yes, help yourself.
It's a statement of,
And we can make that statement.
Well,
That's
the
good.
preamble, isn't it, just help the first reader, get an idea of why the charter is as it is. That's one of the values that you're trying to.
That's a value statement, yes.
It isn't just an I think it needs to be a statement, because not everybody's gonna keep on reading, but they wanna know what your city charter is about.
And these are the values
The values.
that we have created this charter off of.
Okay, can we also have it on, as a mission statement someplace?
I would love to develop a mission statement that we have.
Our May 16th mission statement, yeah. A long day, sorry. Like a really long day.
Today or March?
March, but we can definitely dive more into that mission statement.
I agree with Steve, it should be everywhere. It should be everything we do.
Yeah, I agree.
So I think every opportunity that we can say our goal is to be honest and fair and like any opportunity we get to say, put that anywhere.
Like your business card.
My business card, yes, like these are the values, yes, these are the values in which we are trying to move forward and create a charter.
It could be at the bottom of every agenda. Seriously, it could be.
So on the preamble.
Make it long.
I will do whatever you guys want me to do.
I would appreciate just adding that back in, however it makes sense in the flow. And then let's ask Missy about I think Constitution of the United States needs to be in there.
I'll ask her and then I'll review the minutes and the video why we did that. I can't remember exactly why.
Maybe we just need some background to
Yeah.
understand, and maybe you expand it.
In that first meeting back in April, I think it was, why we did what we did. So with that, adding U.S. constitutional back into there as adding back
Value statement.
on it, full council managed government.
So, okay, actually,
Nothing.
well, you've missed that. Well, okay, so our biggest discussion before we got here was regarding the election of the mayor, and we had an hour-long discussion around that, 45 minutes, and have come to the consensus we would prefer it remain as it is for many reasons, but with the caveat that we would like to, our charter, the new charter, if voted on, will allow for reviews every 10 years, at least every 10 years, concurrent with the data from the census. So that would be in 31 that we could potentially relook at this and revise. But as far as our city being like so small and we are growing, but we haven't grown yet, it just seemed like a better representation for the city now to have turnover for the mayor every 2 years versus every 4. And we're still representing the community voted for. But my fears around an elected mayor were around, like, I would have never run for mayor, but like, I think I'm doing an okay job. You all kind of, well, not you all, well, you, maybe not you, forced me into it. I think that then it just allows for like, whoever has the money or has, and then I fear like an agenda, and then that person's in for 4 years, and then, like, it just, where we've been, it feels like maybe not yet we do that.
And one of the other was, what if nobody runs, basically?
Or what if 2 people run that are very qualified, and one gets it and the other one probably should be on council, but now isn't? So
That's what agreed on.
So that was the consensus. Do you have thoughts to add to it?
No, I would say we should vote for mayor. I say everyone, the city's growing, and when this would come in effect in 2020.
31.
Well, no, if the charter will be voted on at the end of the year, so it would be effective January 1st,
But the
27.
mayor wouldn't be voted on until 2028. That's the next election cycle.
Oh, sure, yeah.
Okay. By that time, all those houses will be built out. You're gonna have a whole different constituency out there. So I would be the one person that would say we should vote for mayor. You know, when you run, we ran.
Yeah.
You ran.
Yeah.
When you're appointed, it's different. When you're appointed, you're chosen. When you run, you have to go to the electorate, and you have to be involved in the whole, and I'm not saying there's anything bad with being appointed, but I don't know how many, we have 4 council openings.
I'm not sure it's all gonna run.
Yeah.
But that's an easier thing than running for mayor. Mayor, you win or you lose.
Yeah.
It's all your marbles are in. I mean, you gotta be all in. That's how I look at it. But if you guys decide you wanna run, and do it this way, I'm fine with that too. But that would be my opinions. That's
Okay.
all I missed.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, then it sounds like, you know, kind of if we're gonna relook at it a couple years after the election anyways, it's
Yeah.
probably, you know, that allows for none of us probably to make that decision in the future. So, okay, so that was basically where we were at. Gary had to leave soon, so that was one of his concerns. So that's where we've been, and now we're going back to the beginning and, talking about the preamble. Okay. Does anybody else have thoughts about preamble?
I think we knocked that one out.
Okay.
I agree with you.
I guess let's just keep moving through. I have notes on most of the sections, so just as not anything I want to necessarily change, but just kind of talk through with everybody. So I don't know if it makes sense now to just kind of linearly go through it.
Yeah, whatever.
Nothing?
Yeah.
Go for it.
I had a question about changing the city of King City to the municipality. And the reason that I had that question is because then the rest of the charter refers to it as the city.
Right.
So usually you designate and then. So what was the kind of thought process around that?
That is just a, LLC recommendation.
So then do we need to refer to it as the municipality in the
No.
rest of the document?
Where is,
No,
So just the
what
name,
we can
I'm looking
do-
at 1.2, the name of the King City.
So what we can do is after
Refer to
the
it.
municipality of King City, Washington County, Oregon, we can put a hyphen city. So it just,
Or can we just, like I've seen in other, like, from, you know, refer to as the city, right? And so then every time in the
Yeah.
charter we say the city, I just thought that was an interesting, like, why did we change it?
Because I think if you change it to a municipality, if you Google it, if you put in King City, you get California.
Yeah, you do.
So, you know, so it needs to be the city of King City in order to come up with our information, right? And people aren't going to remember to put in the municipality of King City. So that's my concern, is that we get good Google search.
Difference in the meaning of the word.
municipality is just.
I can Google it. Do you want me to?
I don't know. I mean,
I mean,
this is probably like an annoying sticking point. It's just,
yes, the city of King City will continue to be a municipal corporation with the name King City.
so it's basically
Can't spell it.
municipality by saying that, right? I just like it to be the city of King City. Is that a weird sticking point?
No,
Because then we refer to it as the city throughout the entire
When you
document.
Google King City, it comes up California.
Yeah.
It does.
Yeah, it does, and so if you don't put in King City, Oregon, as it was,
Mostly you get California.
But I don't think
Sticker beater. This is
Google, but
This is the dictionary, a city or town that has corporate status and local government.
Jan,
that's city or
Jan, what
municipality.
was your suggestion?
French words.
the city of King City,
Okay,
Washington County, Oregon will continue, and then just leave the rest of it, because we are a municipal corporation.
yep,
Okay.
So can we just change about the city?
yep, I
Okay.
agree.
Thanks. Sorry, guys.
Nope.
I don't think,
It just felt unnecessary.
it's a little bit splitting hairs, but
It is, totally, but, I tried to look at this like really splitting hairs, simply because we've had so much.
so much controversy.
How could this be confusing? I don't know.
Yes, it can be.
So that was,
Thank you.
annoying comments.
I like that.
The only thing that we did on the 1.3 boundaries is we
Don't have to maintain copies anymore?
No, we do. By state law, we have to at least have one. So it was kind of redundant to have it in our charter and having 2 copies all the time. Which honestly, we already have 3 copies, I can tell you, because we have 3 of these books. So, and then also everything right now is mostly digital. So we have the official copy, we have the digital. We don't need to have it in the charter. And I don't see any issues with that because the state law says we have to have one. So.
I didn't have any issues with that. Okay, moving on to 2, did you?
No, I was just going to say, in Article 2, we talk about the city, the powers of the city.
Right, that's why
There's that. So that supports what you just did.
we kept calling it the city. Okay. So 2.1, I didn't have any powers of the city.
Are we looking up this document or just?
The red line.
Either one. I like to look at the red line to see what was there before. The construction of power.
4.2.
I think we're on
We're just going
2.0.
section by section. That way we can just hit everyone's
Get there.
questions along the way and, okay.
That's just where my next question is.
Okay. Distribution,
So distribution 2.3,
unchanged a bit.
that one changed quite a bit actually. So we tried to, no, we did copy Article 2 of the Oregon Constitution basically, and made it match this area. There was also something else Peter was trying to find that would allow us to do elections, but without elections. Gretchen? What? Do you remember what that's called when you go out for an election, but it's not an election, it's just a
Referendum?
to get the, basically, it's an unofficial poll.
Yes. It's a,
Yeah, so basically, it's to get an unofficial poll to figure out if this is going to pass or not. And you would put it on the ballot, people would vote on it, but it would not be binding. There's an actual term on there, and I can't remember exactly what it's called. Peter was talking about adding that. We just never got to that part.
Is that a question we should ask Missy?
That's a question that we probably should ask Missy.
Would that go under distribution?
Yeah, it would go under distribution, because it would allow us to go out for unofficial elections.
Is that a straw poll? Is that what it's called?
Strong?
Straw?
ballot.
Straw ballot?
Hey, look at you. Got it.
I didn't remember.
And what is the purpose of a straw vote, please? Besides, just sort of testing the public's opinion.
That's basically really what it is, and to see if it would actually pass an actual election. But I do have some reservations on that myself.
Because it sets expectations.
It
People are voting on it.
You're voting on it.
But they don't understand vote for 3, so are they going to understand?
So that's something that we
Like,
can
we
talk
voted
about
on this,
more.
why isn't it happening?
Yeah.
Right, that kind of deal.
I guess Halloween. Be able to do it.
Yeah, because just because it's in here doesn't mean you
Like,
have to do it. It's
Allowed
just an
for it.
avenue of trying something different.
So,
Because Erin's already getting information
Yeah,
through
so
her
they work.
through her
We're already doing
surveys.
surveys and stuff like that.
sure that every single person sees that ballot unless I physically mailed those ballots, or those surveys to them every
Correct.
single time, which is prohibitive.
It's not a random sample, but.
Yeah.
So somebody could do it 5 times, or it could be somebody outside of our voting district.
Right, exactly. So it's one of those things that, like, there's certain, if we had that
Limitations.
decision, it allows us to have an official ballot or straw ballot option. That way it could be a little bit more, like, official. It's just like my surveys that go out with, and those things also, I think, Rod, correct me if I'm wrong,
Over that line.
but with straw ballots and things like that, they have to go through a certain, like, language test and, like, have certain, like, legal barriers in terms of where my surveys are just kind of like, does this language make sense to the public?
Thank you.
It goes through a safe harbor review
Yeah,
through the Secretary of State.
that's where my surveys just kind of, Ronnie looks at it and says, okay, this works.
So I noticed there's a lot of verbiage taken out about, legislative authority for ordinance, resolution, when it says vest all other powers, does that
Encompass all that we
don't need to break out all the things? Okay.
Yeah, and not only that, then we do have other areas in here, so like you have your resolution part. We have other parts here that kind of work.
All right, any other questions, comments on 2.3, or? Okay with that? Okay,
And then 2.4.
2.4,
covers that a little bit.
yeah, we kind of talked about that one, and, Vince, that's the one that talks about the reviewing every 10 years with the chart, with the census. Again, just thinking through my experiences, the word liberally construed to the end that the city may have all powers necessary. Like, I understand why that's in there, but I also know that word has been, like, abused.
So when they say city council, they're meaning all of you as a governing board, have the exclusive power, particular power. So if one councilor says, well, this is what the code says, but if that's not what the body says, then it doesn't matter.
Okay, because it says powers which the city, I know that the city is the council, but again, you understand what I'm saying.
Right.
And,
So,
like, we can apply this as we see fit.
That got us in trouble.
I got you. I understand.
So I don't know if that's I don't know. I understand where it's going, because there are times where, like, in our past meetings, we've had, well, what does this mean? How are we applying this, right? So
Right.
I understand it being there for when there are confusions, we can say, this is how we interpret it and apply it. But I also know that.
So would, in this charter, the mention of particular power shall not be construed to be exclusive or restrictive to the scope of powers of which the council would have.
Yeah.
Instead of city.
Of city.
yeah.
Does that,
I like that better than saying this, because in my mind, that would be construed as whatever.
Yeah, because that falls
Yeah,
into the
but-
whole rural thing, you know.
I like it saying council instead.
Sure, and then would you, in the next sentence, would it make you happy? Liberally was another.
Missy might have something.
Yeah, and yeah, that was a question I had a legal question for Missy.
Okay.
If there's a different word that can be used besides liberally that kind of hits the same tone, but not, I don't know. And it's a
Yeah, put yourself,
weird sticking point, but
put yourself in the shoes of non-Q public. What are they gonna interpret when they read that and they get ready to vote on it?
and that's also is the community has. There have been times where that would, like, we're just going to do this because we can.
right.
When the community has been saying, please don't do this. And so that's my concern with that piece. I don't know how to reword it,
Would the
though.
word prudently be
applicable there?
We would have to, I would feel more comfortable with asking the attorney
Yeah.
on that,
Because
Ask Missy, but I like that, maybe just jot down that word as like a potential, yeah.
But if you read that entire section A, then the word city actually makes sense. Stop in the middle of section A, then council sort of makes sense, but
Could we just say which the city council would have if the particular power were not mentioned? And then shall be prudently or liberally, if that's what makes most sense, construed to the end that the city council may have all powers necessary.
I can put this whole section to
Mhm.
Missy if you guys want.
Yeah, that would be
I
great.
would, yeah.
Yeah, just have her look at it again through, that lens of,
Not just dropping out.
yeah, and maybe
You can also put the word conservatively in there.
Conservatively.
Out. Get rid of it, yeah.
yeah, so I think you can relay our just general concern on that. Okay.
Anything else in 2.4?
All right, let's move on to Article 3. The form of government, I think that's general powers and duties. I know we took out a bunch of this, right? Isn't this what we took out for council rules? Oh, maybe not.
Oh, it's election?
Oh, the oath of office, that was moved to 4.3, okay. So all powers in the city vested. Is that perfect? Any questions on that, 4.1?
you have in, 4.2A,
If it says
will be a qualified
elect,
state, I think, be a qualified elector of King City.
No, so there's two sections of it. Sorry. I hear you. But in order for you to vote, you have to be a qualified resident and qualified through the state. So this,
So I think there needs to be qualified resident of, needs to be
So-
spelled out.
I believe it is down in term of office. Is that where it is? Where does it?
It says, and have resided in King City during the 6 months immediately before the election.
Which section is that in?
And will, yeah, I know it says that, but I just,
Okay, and will have resided in, yeah. So, yeah, if you're an elector with the state, you would be an elector with King City. And
Yeah.
saying you've resided in King City for at least 6 months.
Yeah, and then, what I would do is make sure you lived in King City for 6 months. And I get that from the Washington County election, or, Washington County election manager. So,
Is that 6 months to the date of the election?
6 months
November
from.
6th, back 6 months.
Yeah.
Okay.
Immediately before being elected or appointed to the office. So I guess that's actually a good, because if,
Yeah, so whenever you're appointed, so like when, even with Gary, I ran his information just.
make sure,
Just to make sure,
it's January 17th, it would be, so you would have to be a resident as of.
yeah, yeah.
That's different.
Because it says before being elected or appointed, those are kind of two different dates.
Is elected when the oath is taken, or elected when it's?
When it's
When it's from the election
validated.
date. So this year it would be November 3rd, and you would have to.
So maybe we should tidy that up,
March,
whichever, should we say like whichever is,
Well,
or,
people that are moving into the new developments,
they won't be able to do anything for 6 months,
that's what I mean. When does 6 months start for them?
when they first,
When
when they change their information from DMV, that's when the date starts.
From DMV.
Because you go to DMV to change your electoral.
but then that has to be 6 months before the election day, when the election is validated.
From the election, so election day.
Election day. So maybe we should say immediately before the election day or appointed to. But appointed to the office, I mean, I think that's still a little bit confusing because when you're elected, you're still then like, well, I guess that's just when you take the oath. Is that still consistent?
Because
So appointed would be like the interim, yeah, okay. But should we say election day? Immediately before election day? Because I think being elected, like they self-evaluate, which takes another, what, month and a half? 2 months before the results
I
are.
think election day should be, I think that's more clear.
Immediately before election day or being appointed.
Ronnie, when Washington County looks at candidates, what do they do to verify that the valid candidate?
There's just two things. We make sure that they're registered with the state and that they've lived in King City for more.
So that's the time that you file for running.
Yeah.
So what,
So it's not at the election day then, you wouldn't be able to run unless you were 6 months residence when you file.
so for this year, it's November 3rd. That's where my calendar starts. Is November 3rd, and I backtrack it 6 months.
So you're verifying
that they were
a resident
So
of.
if somebody filed for
Third.
election, you're backtracking from the election day to say,
Okay,
at
not
this point.
File
Because what if somebody's only lived here a month?
I have the date somewhere written down or something.
November, oh.
Yeah.
I have it.
Can we do subtraction?
No, not exactly.
November 3rd, October, September, August.
Fair to me. I think that makes it more clear, election day, before election day.
But it also potentially means move in and file.
So if they moved in and they filed and they don't meet resident requirements, that they can't run. I mean, they can.
Who stops them? Who run the?
But they can run for office.
No, I would tell them they can, their signatures would not be validated, and they would not be able to put their name on the ballot.
Why?
Because they haven't lived in the city for
6 months before the election?
before the election.
Okay.
So he verifies it,
I verify it.
and if it's,
Yeah.
if that qualification isn't met, then they just don't get their name on the ballot.
Yeah, but I mean, if he moved in April,
So if he moved in.
Yeah, then they would be,
then, and he files on May 3rd.
yeah.
He certainly, that means he's only had 30 days of residency here, and how is that person going to, I don't know, understand?
Runs the standards through other cities, I guess, is that,
Yeah, but yeah.
Well, I think Tualatin is a year. Either Tualatin or Sherwood, I can't remember which one. There are some cities with a 2-year, 1 year, 6 months. 6 months.
To prevent that from happening, that you come in one day and run for election the next.
I mean, if you haven't lived in the bounds of King City, that you don't understand, like, if you've lived just like right across Beef Bend, like, you still understand city, you know, you could.
I can't find my.
I think that bothers me. I'm not saying that it should be changed to 1 year, or, you know, if a number of other municipalities are.
And improve this.
Right.
The DMV is the critical thing.
So them
Now,
changing their information is
that's
critical, yeah,
Okay.
yeah. It gets into a whole different ballpark if it comes into question.
So what is the change on that one then?
Just, immediately before election day.
Okay.
I was
Or-
wondering, do we need to add in, so we're obviously gonna have to change that first sentence, city council provides nominated and elected, right?
Yeah,
Change
we'll
that
have
back.
to change that back.
I realized this wasn't in there before, but do we need to add something about council president? Because we have a section about like the duties of the council president, but then, well, just in composition, 4.2, I guess, composition, it says mayor and 6 councilors. I mean, we always have a council president.
Right, so Mayor, so.
Hi, Gary.
Gary, graphic going on the way out.
So not in this particular instance, because, it would just go back to 7 councilors, are elected. Then it goes into your job duties.
Right, because I do see that we have the duties of the
Yeah.
president. Okay, which is a whole extra section. Okay.
Yeah.
That was my only other question with composition. Any other questions or sticking points? Linda?
Well, the sentence is actually saying, or implying to me anyway, that the mayor as well as the 6 councilors are elected, and did
Yeah.
we change that?
We're gonna change it
Yeah.
back.
So you got that going back, okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Good call. Okay, oath of office. I had a couple questions on this. This is where it says the Constitution and laws of the United States and the state of Oregon, so that's why I thought we should have it in the preamble too. But then in the actual oath that we take, it does also say, and the charter of King City. So should we add that into this part too, because that's actually part of the oath we take? So we will affirm support of the Constitution of the laws of the United States and the state of Oregon and
This charter,
yeah,
the city charter, something like that,
ordinances of the city or the,
something like that.
just so that way, I mean, it is in the oath we take, but it should be in here too. And then the last sentence, the oath must be administered and attested to by an appointed city officer. Should we say, because I've been giving oaths in this, and I'm not necessarily an appointed city officer, should we include?
So the way it's usually, so we could add mayor or appointed city officer. There's all the bases.
Right,
Or,
'cause I'm like,
or we could even.
have I been allowed to do this the whole time?
And it's, can I go now?
The mayor, president, and staff, or.
Yeah.
Other appointed officers.
Other appointed officers.
It's also, I know we said you could have done Gary's as an appointed officer, but then I saw we removed city reporter as an appointed officer.
I have a question about that.
Yeah. So should we just add, by an appointed city officer, the mayor or council president? That way, if the mayor's gone. I don't know. We've had some really extenuating circumstances.
Haven't we?
Right, Chief? Okay. And I think in I decided 4.6.
So,
Oh, it also says in 4.6, I think, that in the
Duties
of the mayor, it does say that you can, give oath or something, like it already, so.
I have to stay.
It looks like this is an added portion. I don't know, come or go.
4.5.
I have a question on 4.4.
Great, let's just tidy up oath of office first. So we're just gonna add in mayor and council president, and I think we're good with that. Everyone,
Yes.
okay.
All right.
Moving on to term of office. Sandy, yes.
I have a concern about it, the people being appointed at the next general election. You will recall from the news that North Plains, maybe Medford, I'm not sure which, I know for sure it was North Plains, but I'm not sure about Medford. After they were recalled or unelected or whatever, in that period, in that little blank period of time, they put in a lot of ordinances that really handicapped the incoming council. So I would like to tighten that up and say that you will be the 1st of January. And not at the next meeting, because that's 3 weeks into our world.
I actually had a similar thing.
Missy and I talked about this.
Okay.
At length. Okay, so, because even the way our code is written right now is, even though you win the election, you're not a city councilor until January 20th.
Mhm.
So when you.
When you take the oath.
When you take the oath. So the current city council could call a special on the 15th and do.
Or the second?
But I would like,
They could do that.
yeah, I don't
Is it
like that as an option.
best practice to do that? No.
But could it happen
But
in?
could it happen? Yes.
Yes.
Didn't it happen 2 years ago?
Yes, it did. I was just using other cities as an example. I don't
Same
want,
name.
We could.
I'm being recorded.
I've lived an experience.
And it was, in our city, it was
So, and that's.
troublesome, let's say.
So, and
Trying to find the right word.
administration, also made a legal representation of saying that the terms expire on December 31st at midnight. However, the way our code is currently written, that does not happen. It actually expires on our first meeting.
And that's in our municipal code?
It's in the charter.
So if our term, so do we need to rewrite it and say, my term expires on the 31st of December?
Successor takes office.
And can we just not do, I mean, I would rather it, end- like, your term is when ends December 31st. Like, I would prefer that. I don't,
There should be wiggle room in the first.
So
weeks of January.
So you would take January 1st as when you are the new successor, correct?
You have to. When
But when are the elections certified?
Usually 30 days after the election.
And there's not ever no council, right? There's 4 open seats and there's 3 open seats.
not like the city is running without,
Yeah, as long as you have a quorum, you can.
and even if there's only 3, like, there shouldn't be a reason, except for in an emergency, that there is a meeting called before new councilors are sworn in at that meeting.
And if there is an emergency, our charter does allow for.
And not just our charter, but.
Our code, you can meet and make decisions, right?
Our municipal code allows that, right?
If there were only 3 and there's an emergency, and
So this year, at the end of December, on January 1st, and you have elected people, but they haven't been sworn in, the 3 of you could meet and make an emergency decision.
I think that if there is an emergency, then that is when the elected officials would come, get sworn in on that day, and help make those
So,
decisions.
because you have to, by state law, you have to be sworn in, so.
But
but if there's going to be a meeting between
January 1st and January 21st, say,
then the new
councilors would come be sworn into that emergency session and participate. What I want to avoid is that, yes, there are a couple people making a lot of decisions that handicap an incoming council.
Correct.
we have an opportunity where we only had Shauna Thompson and Mark Manellis.
Yeah.
That was it.
There were, I
Was
think
it
there
three?
were 3.
What's that?
And
Okay. Okay.
when there were just in 20.
Yeah, just briefly, there was.
After the roll call.
But in that case, there's not councilors that have been elected that have not yet been sworn in. So that would be a different situation. I just think, I completely agree with you, that the term should end December 31st. There's still councilors, new one, and then you take, your term starts at that first meeting, that's fine. But then if we can make a caveat in there maybe, where if there is special session or something called before, well, even still, that would be the first meeting, right? Does it say the first regular council meeting or the first meeting?
So you have.
It does say regular. So why don't we get rid of regular and just say at the first,
Council meeting of the,
that way, no matter when that first meeting falls, if it's a special session, emergency session, no matter when it falls in January, that is when you come get sworn in and contribute, right?
And that could be the 1st of January.
It could be. So if we just remove regular council, we just say at the first council meeting in the year, following and then there is a comment in here about if we want to leave the word general. Do you know any more about that?
Yeah, so, that is something, they just said, LLC just said election.
okay, so we're taking out general.
I'm good with either, so, I mean, at some point, if you guys want to do a special election, something like that.
So does it give
It
more
just,
leeway if we remove the word general?
yes.
Let's do that.
Can I ask another question?
Yeah.
If you continue along there, general election, and continues until the successor qualifies and assumes the office.
No, I think we say,
So that, we will
and
be
can,
rewriting.
Until December 31st.
Yeah, December 31st at 11:59.
Yeah, and continues until your term ends on December 31st at 11:59.
So the successor qualifies and assumes the office is out.
yeah, election continues, okay, so get rid of general election and continues until the end of,
Until December 31st.
But if you have a special election in May, then it's different. You can't say, and, you know,
until the last day of your term, until the,
What is
I
it?
don't know. Right, I mean, I guess if we're opening up to like,
So, like,
but terms still always, I mean, we're not gonna be, no.
A special election would have a term.
Even if you're, like, in the case
Of the, filling the vacancies, even in that election, you still are just assuming the term
assuming the term.
of, yeah, so there's still,
But I have questions about that later on,
Yeah.
about terms. So, I mean, I've got lots of questions about that.
I mean, we can run it by Missy, but at the end or expiration of the term,
Maybe that's what it is, and take out December 31st until the term expires.
Well, that's the thing, is.
On or
when-
before.
When does it expire?
on December 31st.
On.
I think we need to say that.
Okay.
Because if you don't do that, then it's gonna be interpreted to.
Let's not interpret. Let's have Missy address it.
No, I want it to be very specific.
Very tight.
I want it to end December, and new council starts in January at whatever the first meeting is. Whether it's the regular, emergency, special, whatever.
Agreed.
31st.
Did I just fail to take a note, or the first sentence under 4 point, what is it for?
Term of office.
Term of office of each elected councillor and mayor.
Yeah, we'll have to update that language now that we.
Yeah, so just.
So this is all assuming that we are electing the mayor, so yeah, we'll have to go back and tidy up all of that.
Oh, that will be,
Yeah.
okay, thank you.
Vacancies.
We're not there yet.
Um,
Oh, are we? I'm sorry.
no, I think,
I'm not in charge of this. Sorry.
And then, do we need, for term of office, it does, for council president, it does talk about like, I think in the duties of president, it says council will elect a council president at its first meeting each year. Is that worth putting in term of office, is council president?
No.
Or no?
Well,
We will have council is 4 years, mayor is 2 years, like we've had. So should we have one specifically that council? I would like it in there only because when there's been questions about like, let's say our wonderful council president gets recalled, then do we just not fill his position? Like, there was questions around that in the past, like, we don't have to fill his.
I think there needs to be language in the term of office that defines what the terms are. Like, you were elected on November 3rd, you were sworn in January, your term expires on December 31st, 4 years from now. So maybe that's the place that we need to add that. What is your term? And when does each term expire?
Well, it does, okay, because it says 4 years.
So that section here would be rewritten as the term of office, each elected
Counselor.
4 years.
4 years.
And then it goes down to just starting in January, after the election.
Say, will be 4 years. I just had it in my head, it dropped out for a second. Expiring December 31st.
Well, that's part A.
Yes.
That's part A. I think it's saying 4 years, and then part A is making it more specific.
I think it needs to say December 31st.
In part A.
That's
Whatever you,
Whatever
you want.
It'll be the office for each elected council will be 4 years. In part A, each councilor's, we'll get rid of the mayor. Each councilor's term of office will begin at the first council meeting in the year immediately following the election. First council meeting, the first January council meeting? We should probably put January.
First,
The first council meeting in January.
The first council meeting in the year immediately following the election.
Like it would be January. I think we should.
It would be January.
Otherwise, we don't want to be like, oh, we're going to skip January meetings and go. I don't know why we would do that, but just. Okay.
And expire December 31st, yeah.
Council meeting in January in the year immediately following the election and continues until the expiration of the term on December 31st.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank
Thank you, that works for me. I just don't want the old you don't want me to be doing things in January if you're all out of the office.
And we probably need to add back in, the term for mayor.
now the mayor will be,
I don't know if it was under,
I don't think it
The-
was, I think it was under,
that was my note. Is this where we would add a term for mayor?
Right.
And would we want to consider adding like an official term for council president?
And would you do that in the first regular meeting of the year? I agree. So if there's an emergency meeting in the beginning of January,
And you select your mayor and your council president. And I also think we should have language in there for when there is I don't think there's anything in here for a council president. That at the next meeting, you should vote on a council.
And I put something in my notes and for, about that.
Find where that, I know the. Had it before.
I have a question, once we're, if we're in 4.5, I have a question.
They're almost. I think term of office, this just makes the most sense to have all the terms listed here. The term for the council, the term for the mayor, and a term for a council.
I agree. Tighten it up. Have it clearly defined.
Yeah, so,
so we can just add in,
let's add a B and a C for mayor and council. It all sound. And then for vacancies, I think we need to, once we get vacancies, outline what we do with council president. Okay, so, Jan, what's your question on vacancies?
Office will be entitled to a public hearing on demand. Notice of such hearing will be published in one or more newspapers in the city at least 1 week in advance of the hearing. So what if one of the members of the city council is the person requesting the hearing?
there is
Well, they
a
wouldn't-
section in here, it's either in this document or in the rules of procedures. I can't remember which one off the top of my head right this second.
Because there's a whole bunch of stuff under B where the city council member might say, I have a situation.
They'd have to recuse themselves.
Yeah, if
Asking for a meeting.
I read it, is that if there's a reason that you should be forfeit your seat,
Yeah,
then the council would say, you have done X, Y, Z, we're gonna ask you to forfeit your seat. You would say, I want a public hearing, but then you wouldn't obviously take part in the
Right.
yourself as council at that point, right? And that you would be defending yourself, essentially.
Then I have a question about that. Then it goes back to A. If I'm recalled from office, are you obligated to give me even though the electors have voted me out in a recall, do I get to still have my public hearing? Because it says,
No, so this here is part of, because
With-
state law trumps this here for recall, because they control all of that.
Well, and it says conduct constituting grounds.
So say, for an example here, you did something bad.
just make a list.
This council decides to, you know what, because of
Censure
that,
me or
yeah,
sanction me or
yeah, they want to
force
do that.
me out.
One, it would need to, because they're taking away your rights as a council, they would need to do a 2/3 vote on punishment.
I get that part.
Outlines all the conduct, right?
Yeah.
So it says a council member will forfeit the office if the council member fails to meet residency requirements, violates any express prohibition of the charter, convicted of a crime involving moral turpitude, absent from the city for 60 consecutive days without,
But recall is a different animal.
but that's not part of the forfeiture, the reasons for forfeiture. So that doesn't apply to
But see, you have resignation down there.
So I had that, I said that shouldn't be there. Exactly, I had that too. Resignation from office shouldn't be a reason for forfeiture because it's in A as,
Oh, yeah.
right, like you can resign, but that's not a conduct. I mean, it could be, but you've resigned. But if you've resigned, you shouldn't also be entitled to public hearings, like, so I think we should get rid of resignation, so 6. Right, because that shouldn't be under conduct. And then B,
6. 7.
B6.
No, B7.
2 consecutive meetings?
You're sitting at 6. What would be? No, that makes no sense.
Change.
Oh, I'm looking at this copy.
Sorry, I'm sorry. Resigns from office.
Yeah.
Resignation from office. So, yeah, number 7 on yours.
Sorry, it should be number 7.
The last.
Yeah,
So you've
yeah,
got your notes.
so it's number 7 if it's
I do,
on the screen.
yeah. It hasn't.
But it's number 6 if it's on the red line.
Yeah, I think we should strike resign from office as the reason for shall forfeit. Because it says the council will forfeit the office if you resign, you're not.
So, and this also brings up a different conversation, hold on, I just want to.
Does OGEC play into any of this?
No.
Okay.
So, because what happens with that, and actually I was getting to that here. You as a council cannot remove an elected councilor. Unless one of these things on the forfeiture list is, because we can defend that. Because they said something in a public meeting about somebody else. Members of the council,
I think about it every day.
fails to meet the residency requirements, violates any express provisions on this charter, which I think is questionable. I think I need Missy to review that a little bit more, because that could be interpreted. They said something they shouldn't have said, they could be office,
What would that have violated in the charter?
State law. It would violate state law.
By saying something about somebody?
No, oh, sorry.
Moral turpitude.
So, yeah, well,
You would have to be convicted.
It says convicted of moral
Convicted of
turpitude.
it,
So
but-
saying something, you haven't been like tried and convicted of it.
Well, it depends on who you ask.
Convicted of it, then yeah, you should forfeit your.
Okay, can I go home now?
Convicted of a crime, and you've done your time, as they say. Does that mean that you would forever be barred from serving on city council?
I think that's a deeper question for legal, because there are some laws out there that.
If you are expunged, if your conviction is expunged or reversed, then
Then you can run.
you are a convicted
Balance.
felon,
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't have the right to
don't
vote.
have any rights to vote, so you can't be a state elector,
Right.
Okay.
You're
so you're disqualified.
disqualified from the meeting.
So can
Go ahead, Steve.
we take a break, 10:00?
Yeah.
Oh, let's try this.
Son of a-
Section, and then, yes,
Sure.
because I think we're pretty much done, but
So
then we
Brian,
have to.
OGC,
So the OGEC,
who represents the city? The lawyer represents both parties?
no,
The lawyer represents the city, not.
no, so when it comes to OGC complaints filed, it is between you and that person. The city has nothing to do with it. Our city attorney cannot represent you, they cannot talk to you about it, they cannot,
Well, they will
they will advise
respond,
you to,
well, they do the initial response,
they do the initial response.
and then after that,
And then
it's,
after
then
that,
you're on your own.
yeah. So when they do the initial response, it's like, yes, we broke these rules, or no, we did not break these rules. And then it's up to the person to, take it further.
But that is in representation of the city
Yeah,
as a whole, not you.
not individual.
Not me personally.
Like, yeah, just
So-
representing,
So say, this says, yeah, this counselor broke the rules. You might need an attorney.
The case person at OGC. Is it your?
Correct.
Right now, they're investigating you.
Okay, that's what I want to get.
Yeah. And then they will decide what to do, on actions. They will either fine you, more training and stuff like that. However, I don't think that would qualify for forfeiture of your seat.
Okay.
Unless you were actually like convicted of a crime.
I just want to say one more thing about the recall from office. I think it's my humble opinion that if I read this the way that it's written today, if I was recalled and the electors voted me out, I still might ask for a public hearing. I probably wouldn't, but I could. But that's just me. I'm just saying that.
so the way that it's written with, it says, a member charged with conduct, and so,
That, the recall is not under the section related to forfeiting your office.
Okay.
It's related to just any
So
kind of
vacant, and then part B is, these are all the reasons why you would forfeit.
Okay.
seat, and then
So maybe
Public
that.
hearing is related to just grounds for forfeiture.
Okay. I'm sorry. I don't mean to be kicking this dog.
You're
It's good
good.
but I think it's not any vacancy, it's just if the grants for forfeiture, that's when you can ask for a public hearing. Which is why I think we should remove resignation from
So
office.
I think maybe to make this clear, and Vinnie, maybe you have a different perspective or, on this, for section C, maybe that needs to be not C?
What if we said a member charged with conduct constituting grounds for forfeiture, and cite
4.5
right,
That would make more sense.
to make it more clear?
And can we do something too to follow up with Missy on that, to make sure that it's,
All of this is gonna have to go past Missy.
Yeah.
yeah.
But make it.
I just want to make sure that that's
that-
earmarked for her to,
Maybe we just add that pursuant to 4.5B,
It would make it
so clear that it's only those four things.
Yeah, because recall, I mean, the way I'm seeing it, but my favorite point is that, section A, recall, or 3, recall from office, could be construed as, they could see as a back end.
You mean after they were recalled?
After they recall, they can make it an argument saying, well, per the charter, 4.5 vacancy C, I can have a public hearing.
Even though the public voted to have them?
Yeah, I can see them making that argument.
That shouldn't be.
It might not.
Well,
no,
but if it could be construed that way, and then the council is the one conducting the public hearing, and they're like, you know what, it's actually fine for you to stay, like, that wouldn't be great.
No.
So we should make sure that it's very
I think
clear.
That's one of my questions. Can a recalled employee a recalled appointee, elected, whatever, counselor, be reappointed after a hearing? Because, you know, we've seen that.
So, they can as long as their term is up. So say you
Me?
recall today,
June 1st, but yes, okay, go with that.
and decide to run January 2027, but your term is now ended.
Well, she's
saying the
But,
council
yeah.
cannot just reappoint you.
Reappoint you to a.
Like, you get recalled, and then you apply for the open seat, and you get appointed.
And you appoint me, right?
Exactly what happened.
Correct.
Shouldn't.
Correct. Agreed, I'm sorry, agreed.
Well, because that person was applied for a different seat than the seat he was recalled.
No,
But I mean, that was.
That was for reasoning,
That was the interpretation at the time.
but we don't have,
Yeah.
yeah.
Got it.
So,
We all lived through that. We all saw that happen.
maybe that, we'll take a break, but maybe let's potentially add that to filling vacancies.
Okay.
Okay. What, 10 minutes, 5 minutes? What do we want?
Lunch break today?
We are.
Good.
We'll do lunch 12 to 1.
We'll do lunch what?
12 to 1, does that work?
And
Or
then,
whenever Anders.
I need coffee.
and you have to drink, eat some donuts here, you guys.
I can.
They're there.
Are we adjourned for a minute?
I mean, sure, 5-10 minutes, just whenever we're ready to get started again. No more than 10 minutes.
Have you been getting
We're not,
any texts
we're still,
from, like,
we're still live. Can we turn off our audio?
Question, Ronnie.
Yeah, give me just a second.
Yep.
Yeah. Hold on, he's gonna turn off the audio real quick while we recess.
And our healing time couldn't have anything to do with not being
Well, it has to do with that. I also have osteoporosis, so my bones are thin and cranky anyway, right? So, so I've got this.
But it looks a lot better.
Audio is on.
It hurts.
How long's it been?
Since September 13th, 4.5
Well,
months.
At about 6 months,
There,
it usually gets better, but it takes a full year to be
I don't care if it
what's the
starts.
E?
I don't care if it looks.
No, it's,
I would just like the pain.
Therapy.
yeah. Well, it's gotten better, hasn't it?
And they had a,
Not much?
Okay, so better is a subjective
lady
term.
minister,
Sure.
and she had a
Less
woman
pain,
partner,
I guess.
so they were very,
I don't know. I think it,
you know,
it
I said, "This is what
changes
you want."
from day to day.
Catholics
Like
are starting to
today,
get
I'm
more
having crazy pain.
But Catholic Church, every
Last 6
service,
weeks,
they were always picking up a second
here,
collection.
here, and here.
No, I'm serious, I was an altar boy for,
He said.
my dad used to drop
the
us off
doctor
every
said
morning
to
at
me,
school,
"Why
I
are
went to
you here?"
Catholic grade school, and we were the first ones there.
So I want
So,
answers.
he
Because
had
I
a
had,
church.
another
You don't get to
CT
sit out.
scan at the end of.
You know, we leave at 7:30, and school starts at 8:30, it goes to half
So I
7.
have questions,
And I was always
right?
the altar boy for 5 days a week for
I'm
6
here
years,
to
so
find out what's.
I've heard a lot of,
Oh, my word.
so when you hear somebody different, when you hear a different message,
With my
it's great, because
knee
then you wanna
replacements
be
and
part
my
of that.
hip
And I do my Bible study with the,
replacement
with
I've
the
done.
Baptist people. And they're not,
At about
they're
6
not pushy,
months,
they
I
they haven't
really
pushed me to
started
be
to notice.
baptized,
That's good.
because I said I am baptized.
Well, if
That's
you
sweet.
are, they, I don't think.
But it was a year
Baptized according to
before.
them.
Really?
No, I have to be born again,
It's
I have to be
healthy,
baptized.
I know.
Okay.
And I said I was baptized when I was a baby, that doesn't count.
So
well,
Susan
did you-
Meyer, Mike Myers'
So you can
wife,
still get along,
said,
so,
she just faints for no reason.
and I like that, I like someone telling me what to do,
Like,
and
I
then
fainted for
saying
no
it's
reason.
my
They
way or
couldn't find
baptizing.
anything
You
wrong
gotta
with
have
me.
some.
Yep.
It's crazy.
What? Oh,
Did you bring these? Yeah, thank you.
yes, thank
bet.
you.
Absolutely. Take some home.
No, it just kicked us off. I take a, one of those fritters home, I love those.
Those things are delicious.
We're going back in, it's gonna end up being as long as it was before. And we looked at the messages they wanted to show and it said,
Okay. Here's what he says. Thanks for reaching out to us. We will have to wait until our sessions decide how to proceed. Not sure Methodist is part of the approved denomination we can select from. We'll keep you updated. I'll see you again.
Yeah, they are.
I'll see you Friday, so.
So it looks like they need to know, they need to know that.
I think he needs to know he's desperate, because I saw another guy at the bank yesterday.
Welcome to
I
Zoom.
said, what do you think about
Enter
that? He
your
goes,
meeting
"Well, it's not
ID,
good." He said,
followed
"Looks like
by
we're gonna be
pound.
taken over by pickleball."
Well, when you.
I said, yeah, you are.
that's just what it is.
Well, you know, pickleball's one of those things.
I do have some questions
So,
Well, how many people are these gatherings?
Enter your participant ID, followed by pound. Otherwise, just press pound
then
to
you have everybody
continue.
else. There's more people in the crowd.
Yeah, that could be awesome.
And they're nice people. They all socialize well.
Good.
They don't.
You have entered the meeting
well
as a
with
panelist. Attendees can now hear you speak.
someone brings
This meeting is being.
Again, still,
I'm just like,
he's very empowering, very positive. And then,
people can take their children.
where's the way to go?
People don't get
And I think you can come into a situation like this and see like the city's been running
It's a different vibe.
what, 7 months now,
Uh-huh.
city manager, so it's like,
Acceptance.
you probably should come and be.
Yeah, we used to
Like,
have.
you guys have actually
You
done a really good job,
Really?
you know,
Yeah.
like you could, to work without
Yeah.
somebody breathing down your neck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway.
So what happened? It looks like we're green again, so.
We are, we're on. We're on. He's checking something, but we are on. I'm
Jan?
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 Jan, Gretchen.
We're hot.
Sorry. Oh, I didn't.
Does it matter?
We're solving a world problem. We need a light
Great.
up there to sit on air.
I know, I saw this
Yeah.
in the green. We're good? Okay. Alrighty.
He's coming.
I know. We do need a distinction.
He's Vinny, I'm Vince. He's Vinny I.E.
Mhm.
I'm not Vinny I or Vinny Y, I'm Vince.
And you're not related at all.
Even though you have the same name.
Probably Jimmy.
All right.
Probably have some common ancestors, either Italy or Sicily or somewhere.
We're gonna break for lunch at 12, so we'll get through what we can in the next hour and a half, and then when we come back at 1, I think a good goal is maybe not 3, but like 2.
Oh, yay.
And so let's just,
Power through.
power through. So, off with 4.6.
Yeah, I just have I have a couple comments.
Go ahead and kick us off.
Okay. Under B, the vacancy with less than 1 year remaining, if less than 1 year remains, instead of if fewer than 1 year. Fewer sounds awkward to me.
I was actually hoping we could talk about the 1 year. Like, what about 2?
I have a question, a clarification, so I understand.
And that's,
So I understand it. So Gary's been appointed, but his term expires at the end of this year because that's the term he assumed, correct? So anybody that's appointed, like Jan was appointed to a
Almost
3-year term.
Almost a 3-year term.
So that would change for Jan, and for Linda, right? The way that this reads. So Linda would only be December 31st. I'm just using it as an example.
yes, no,
Under this,
and that's why I was thinking, like, it feels as though if it's less than a year, it's a lot of extra work for council to like to post a vacancy that takes 35 days, do and then potentially then you have to put it to a vote like 3 months later. Feels like a lot. That's why I was kind of wondering, like, can we discuss like a 2-year threshold instead? Like if your term has less years, then you finish it off, but if it's more, like the 3-year term, Gary,
Jan was 3.
and then Linda, a 3.
Gary right now is on a 4, so.
Gary, I thought was.
Gary was 1, Linda,
Linda the 3. So in that case, if it's more than 3, you would finish, then we would send that one up to election, because there's so much time left.
Yeah.
But the 1 year feels like that could just be really like a lot in like maybe a 6-month period of time to post a vacancy, interview, appoint, to have them maybe only serve for like 2 months before we then add it to a ballot.
One of our former counselors often made me feel like I was a Class B counselor.
You were what?
Class B, because I wasn't elected. But I understand the difference. I understand the effort you put into it and all of that. But I don't want any of our appointed people to feel that way. I also want to shorten up the terms of the appointed people so that they have to be elected, because there's too many, it's my humble opinion, there's too many appointees on this council right now. People that haven't gone out and talked to the voters like you did.
So you're a proponent for keeping it at 1 year?
I am.
I want to support the 2-year thing. So many people heard people out there say, gee, you guys, it's like a rotating door. Us council is always, we have been, good for
Agreed.
constantly being updated.
Just, Jan, me, and you that were here a year ago.
Yeah. So there is that perception by the public.
Yeah.
And I think we should do everything we can to.
Unfortunately, I am the longest serving counselor at this.
Mhm.
You are.
And I have taken my role as counselor every bit as serious as if I had been elected. I want everybody to know.
Well, I mean, so have every one of us that's been appointed. We take it seriously, but, you know, should I be serving? I mean, mine's just going to be a year, right? Because from November to 13 months, but yeah, I'm over this year, but I think it needs to be the voters. And we need to put it in front of the voters.
Yesterday, Aaron and I met with, Our problem isn't our problem with the public. This is Megan's view from outside. Our problem with the public is our problem with us.
Yes.
That's our branding problem. That's my business. That's our branding problem. We're going to redevelop our brand. We have to change that. We can't have rotating people. And we have to have the same people consistent. I mean, they're having a problem in Tigard. They lost their mayor and their city manager through some circumstances which are a little sketchy. But our grand problem is us. Too many pictures, always changing. So we have to take that on ourselves and understand this is our problem. Maybe we should have some sort of civics award for if you last more than a year, you get, and then if you last 2 years, you get this, and then you get.
Last more than a year, you can't be recalled.
Bad thing, but I'm just saying, we're working with Tigard now to try to do the farmer's market and all that stuff, but, and they're gonna help us, because they've got money and they've done the licensing that we would have to take time to do. So we can get up and running with that pretty quickly. But if we're gonna be affiliated with them, we wanna be consistent with our.
Somebody told me in the last few months, and I'm sorry, I had to work. So somebody told me in the last few months, and I don't remember who it is, that it's happening in all the small cities. So it's happening here. It's happening in Tigard. Was it you that told me? North Plains.
But it's not happening just in small communities. It's happening in all communities. Because I just had a meeting with the co-part for ICMA training yesterday. We're like brothers and sisters. We all like, these are our problems. Went through a recall themselves last year up in Washington. California, Livermore, they have a TSP problem too. So it's not just small cities.
But the small cities are making the news, right?
I guess it's better to say small number.
So Vince, what is your thought on filling vacancies? Do you like 1 year, 2 year? Do you like something totally different?
I don't know.
Because I agree with
you.
you.
Should vote, but you can't have a vote every time someone leaves. But 2 years wouldn't be bad.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, the point is, people that come, they should stay. If you're gonna come, you should stay. You shouldn't come for a short period of time. You say, if you make a commitment to the city, I'm here. Okay? And that's it.
Mm-hmm.
We should get paid. I mean, I'm an advocate for, I've been putting in a lot of time this week, and I'm not getting paid. I know. I thought you were waving at me. And I don't mind that now, but in next year, I'm gonna get paid, or I'm not gonna be here. Because I need to get reimbursed for what I do, because I'm doing a lot now. I'm not saying that you're not doing the same, but I've been here every day this week, and I've been out in the public with people working for the city, and I intend to do that. I like doing that. Mm-hmm. But that's how we're going to have to sustain what we're doing, and we need to be visible in the community, but we need to also gain their trust. We don't have that. Question? Oh, you're waving at him?
Oh, no, I was actually, this time I had a question. But,
Go ahead, Ron.
So, and not to only mention that too, you have to think of the younger generation. Motivated by that.
Yeah.
You know, because they're working full time, they want some
compensation.
Yeah, compensation for their time that they're giving. Which I understand. I get it. I volunteer a lot of stuff. My wife asked me why I keep doing it, and I like working. But I have to keep that in mind too. It's not just the current council or the incoming council. We also need to attract some younger blood, I guess, a little bit. Go ahead, Linda.
One, I agree with the 2-year window, because earlier we all were talking about stability and continuity. And coming into a 1-year term and then leaving a 1-year term, get elected, I mean, that seems like a merry-go-round to me, a 1 year. The other thing I might add, though, is in some way, when you talk about branding, one of the things the public may not realize is the vetting you do when you do it. I think you might do more in that vetting, in terms of the questions. I found it, pretty easy in terms of answering and trying to come up with things that might have merit. But to educate your public on the vetting you do, because I don't know that they know that, how you go about placing someone on the council that they didn't get to elect. So you've got to publicize, you've got to market that you've got a qualified, we believe, a qualified person, every bit as qualified as if they get so that would be just an idea, apart from the charter, on how you go about kind of putting people, elevating their trust and reducing their.
I wonder if we solicit, from the community, like potential questions they would like answered
Well, I
during the interview.
was wondering about that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
what
a great.
would you like us to ask?
Yeah, that's a great point.
You can publish that list of questions that you ask. You might have to change your PDF. I know it's its first year out, but still a little PDF. I'll make these questions off time, but yes, I think that would do a lot. I think for people to feel like, oh, we've still got a good council here.
And getting the community more involved in that process.
Yeah.
Yes, right.
I think Erin could be a huge asset.
I agree, I was,
Erin,
Do the-
I'm sorry.
Erin.
She's our public information.
Thank you.
No,
That's Gretchen.
Oh, hi, Gretchen. There, right here.
You're sitting in-
We're sitting in front of Gretchen. She was, yes,
So
I mean, yeah.
her quarterly, newspaper, she could really, it'd
Oh,
be
yeah.
a great tool for us.
Mhm.
Then, in addition to that, we're going to all the HOA meetings, take Vinnie to those HOA meetings, and that is going to be, it already has, been a great tool to get the message out. This is what city council is doing.
So one of the things that I think of when Vince tells us how hard he's worked, and I know that this has been more than a full-time job for you, who knows that other than us? Should we market that some way? That like, you've spent da.
Good and a bad with that.
Yes, I know.
One is you have trouble recruiting people.
Correct.
Argument I put.
I agree. You tell a story.
For example, my father was a clergy person too, and one of his parishioners says, well, he only has to work one day a week. So, yeah, no clue as to what's behind the scene. And I think what you want to do, though, for your new appointees is to have a very fast and kind of intense orientation. So that would be, but we can talk about that some other day. But yes, I think trying to help your public know what all you do, but you've got to be careful kind of how you articulate that, because people are going to think, particularly if we're working, they're going to say, there's no way. I might have an interest and really like to be there to participate as a citizen, but my goodness, I wouldn't be able to do it. I'm not opposed to the volunteer aspect of it, but I know in terms of recruiting, particularly people who are working 2 and 3 jobs, make ends meet, if they have the proper commitment and credentials to be a counselor, this might be a nice gig for them. So I think remuneration could have its benefits to people and to you in terms of your recruiting. We'd have to wait and see. But you're going to have a younger population coming up west of you. And there might be some people there, because I would like to know what the occupancy is of the recent developments of that size, like that is right now, in terms of projections of growth. I think a lot of those units are empty.
Here's Wellview Edgewater. I think people are doing that.
Oh.
No, they're different.
Yeah.
Do we know what the age group is in Edgewater?
Ranges from,
0 to.
0 to. I think there's still, I have to look at the data. It's been a while, but it's definitely a mix.
What's the strongest line? That's what I'm thinking. It doesn't matter. This is for another day, but that's a good point.
The demographics.
Yeah.
Our logo over there, I don't know how old that is, but Aaron and I talked about it yesterday, but a community for all ages.
Mhm.
should be, except if you're under 55.
Yeah.
Now it's different. So I don't know when that was updated, but we talked about maybe that's zero. That's a conversation for another time.
Mhm.
But,
I do have some historical on that, if you guys are interested.
Another discussion, yes.
We can have a session outside where then we can get your questions and
Sure. Sorry,
I just want to start with, I think we've discussed a little bit about this, but let's go ahead and look at A, because there is some stuff in there that I think will need to be changed based on other.
Section what?
4.6.
4.6, filling vacancies, A. Interim city council definition, when a vacancy occurs on the city council and the council fill the position until an election is held, the appointee will be designated as an interim city council. I think that's fine. The interim city councilor has all the rights, powers, and duties of an elected councilor during the interim term. The interim term continues until a successor is elected. We might need to
Change that to December.
to the December, yeah,
Right.
until a successor is elected. So we would change it to, the term continues until the expiration of the term on blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
Or as, maybe we just,
Or section
yeah.
4.0.
Yep, okay. So then B, vacancy with less than, do we want to change that to 2 years?
Sure.
Just for, okay, so let's go ahead and change that to 2. Vacancy with less than 2 years remaining, if, and we can change fewer to less than, that's fine with me. If less than 2 years remain in the unexpired term, the vacancy will be filled by appointment by a majority of the remaining council members. The appointee serves the remainder of the unexpired term. And then we could also add the section there.
So if two, right?
On B, yeah. The unexpired term pursuant to whatever section that is.
Yeah, well, what happens if there is, like in my case, I filled a 3-year vacancy.
So then the next one says it's more than 2 years. So, and then the other question I had on this one is we don't say anything about this being like an interim. Do we need to designate that, or does A take, I mean, I think A might
A
takes care of that.
implies it, so we can make it more correct if you.
It does say on it during the interim term, or,
Yeah.
right? So I mean,
Yeah.
Which one are you on?
I'm
You're
still on
C.
B. I'm
Okay.
still on B. Appointee serves, maybe we say serves as interim.
Interim, I think titling the position leads to what you were remarking about earlier.
So I'm a second class.
Do we want to remove that altogether?
Well, I don't know why it's there. You're spelling out when the terms end and when elections are, so I don't know that you even have to acknowledge it's implied when they fill a vacancy. Under most circumstances, you fill it until that term would have been up for that original.
So should we completely redo A and just call it
City councilor.
remove the first line and say, when a vacancy occurs on city council and the council appoints a person to fill the position until an election is held, the appointee will assume all rights, let's just get rid of that whole sentence. The appointee will, and then cross off everything until the appointee will have all rights, powers, and duties of an elected councilor during the, well, we could still call it the interim term.
Yes.
Continues until the expiration of the term.
Correct.
Does that sound better?
Yeah.
Yes, it does. Well, it's two, so that helps.
That removes the definition that's,
As a Class B citizen.
That's good. We don't need to worry about saying anything about interim in B then. Unexpired term, appointee serves the remainder of the unexpired term pursuant to the section okay. So then if 2 or more years remain in the unexpired term, the vacancy shall be filled at the next available May or November election. A majority of the remaining council members shall appoint an individual to serve until till the election is held and successor is qualified. I don't know how to.
Well, you mean certified there? Having been elected is then certified?
Until, yeah,
But
until.
that's already handled elsewhere, isn't it? As you were talking about, they start the minute January 1, and in January.
Well, this is, so say, for instance, somebody is recalled in July, and they have more than 2 years left.
Yeah, well, you wouldn't be recalled in July, you would be recalled in May or November.
So,
Oh, true, because that has to, well,
Because you buy.
okay, so I'm saying, okay, if you're recalled and resign, right, because that has happened where it hasn't gone to a vote. So your seat is vacant in July, okay, and you have more than 2 years. So let's just think through this scenario. You have more than 2 years. The council would appoint somebody until November. That year, because that would be the next election, right? It's be May.
May or November.
We do November. We don't have special elections.
But we could add
But
something in
we
May.
could have, because if a counselor
That's when it was-
resigned, then
that's
we
when
would
it-
have a May,
If a recall, then it would be in May. So
In the way that you're saying it, if, let's say there's a recall in July,
yeah.
and and it's just the petition, but it hasn't been signed or anything, and the person resigned. Under A, didn't you make them the next appointee serve until the end of the next year?
Well, it depends if there's 2 or less years, because there's now 2 designations.
Thank you.
We took care of less than 2 years, but now if there's more than 2 years, like in Jan's case, she had 3 years left on the term. So if we think through, say that vacancy happens in July, then council would appoint somebody until the election in November.
I think you go a year and a half. The next year. It stays consistent with your 2 years.
How does that get written?
Vacancy will be filled, in an election.
If it's a year and a half, because that's the thing, if it's a year and a half later, then that person, then there's not really a point in doing it, because then that person would only serve 1 year, because then that would be essentially 2 years before they took office.
If you appoint somebody in July though, and they're required to do an election in November, they're only in for 6 months.
Right, but then that person would be in for, the elected person would be in for 2 years. I think that's the point of this, that if it was longer than, if the term's longer than 2 years, we let the citizens vote on it again.
Okay.
Quite frankly,
I think it gets a little,
It's really convoluted.
into the weeds here, and I'm thinking that maybe the way it already was with the appointment, the person is appointed until the end of the term.
I disagree with that. Sorry.
And we do, and, maybe we need, better questions, quite frankly.
Okay.
Some better questions on the application and perhaps in the public interview that shows the vetting process so that the general public, our general public, can have more faith in the appointment process.
Is this provision because you were fearful the public would think you needed to get elected officials on council going forward, that they are worried about the fact that?
there's, we just pulled this from,
Was it Tigard?
was it Westland?
Westland.
Westland. Pulled it from Westland.
I think there was maybe,
There was some issues that we started seeing that kind of were similar to Westland. So we just kind of wanted to make sure that there was options. So you would have, if you were less than 1 year or 2 years now, they would just carry out the remaining term. If it's more than 2 years, then, felt like maybe some people would, I didn't vote for this person.
Correct.
And when it is 3 years, and the other thing too is there have been comments about council is just putting their friends on council.
Right.
Right, and so then the differences of opinions, which are vital, aren't necessarily shared, right? So I think that's where.
I have some language. Can I read it?
Yeah.
If more than 1 year remains on the unexpired term, the vacancy shall be filled in the following year in the November election. Following year. So if I'm recalled in July, I'm appointed in July, then I have a year and a half to serve. So it's not 6 months, it's in a year and a half.
So this would essentially limit the turnover.
Correct.
Give electors a chance.
Correct. So it eliminates the 3 or 4 year terms, but allows the electorate to vote somebody in a year.
So let's change that to if
in the following year.
more than 2 years remain, because
With 2 years.
if 2 years or more remain in the unexpired term, the vacancy shall be filled at the November election in the following year.
Correct.
And what happens if we take the next sentence completely out?
A majority of the council members shall appoint an individual to serve until the election, well, we still need to define when it's,
Up with only 6. Because that's 3 and 3, if that's how it turns out, that's a push. We always said, that's one of the problems here. Bumping things down the road because we don't always agree. So we need to make sure that we have someone take that spot.
yeah.
So
correct.
so it's a
Yeah.
a majority.
We need to have the majority, appoint, and vacancy shall be filled at the next majority of the remaining council members shall appoint an individual to serve until the election is held and a successor is qualified. Can we just point this also back to that vacancy section and follow the guidelines of the because if it's in the November election, then we would say your term starts in the first meeting, right? So can we just say pursuant to this section, and then it follows the guidelines of the election?
Correct. So in your scenario, if I'm appointed in July, I'll serve for a year and a half.
Yeah.
Great.
And then the election would happen that November.
And that person would take, so your term would end.
The following year.
And that person elected would start January.
Correct. I like that.
Correct on this.
Or more. If 2 or more remain.
Oh, that's what I said. That's what I'm talking about.
2 or more
2 or
years.
Or 2
2 or more
Years remain in the expired term. Next available November.
No, at the November,
At the November?
at the November election in the following year.
November election at the following.
In the following.
In the following year.
So in the case of this July, it's not that November, it would be the following year. Yeah.
Right. That gets them over that short period of time, because then we're not shuffling people through.
Like, that's so much extra to add.
Council's plate to have to do like that whole process like twice essentially.
When we could be doing all kinds of other work.
Well, I'm not opposed to the language that's just been offered, all right? But I wonder if you're fighting something you don't fight. You want stability. You want to do a maybe better vetting system. I'm not saying it's inadequate. I have one doubt about that, but not two. But you want to, because of the turnover the last, the 3 years, span of 3 years, all right, and a big recall and things that have happened after that. You've got this revolving door that the public has been witnessing. And so a lot of people really want stability, not more chaos. And so if you're trying to hold these elections and have people understand, why are they up for election again? I thought they just got appointed. Even though you've got an 18-month span there, that term, I think you're going to advertise to the public once you get this charter done, that it's going to be reviewed in 3031, right? No matter what. So that if you're finding this, keeping people in, and I'm not arguing for keeping people in the term, particularly success, that, okay, a term is vacated. It might be just after a 4-year person has gotten sick and they can't continue. You've got a 4-year term, then an interim's going to. There's a downside to that, but it is a greater downside than having people trying to clock when the next election is going to have so many people to vote for.
Well, so to that point, though, I think if there was somebody that had to resign after a couple months and there's a 4-year term, the way that it's written now would be, somebody would be appointed, and then the election would happen that fall. So it would be almost a full 2 years, and we do elect counselors every 2 years.
Okay.
Because we do 4 and then 3. So I think it does kind of align with the turnover we have. And that way we do give people a chance to elect to those longer ones. So in the November election in the following year, and then a majority of the remaining council members shall appoint an individual to serve until the election is held and the successor. Can we just say appoint an individual to serve, and then, because we still need to define the term of this person, right? So it would go, so we should just point back to 4.3 or whatever the vacancies. According to, hold on one sec, according to 4 or 4.5 vacancies? 4.5. So, serve until the election, but whatever, percent to 4.5, however that sounds.
We only have general elections. Question is, are you creating confusion because even years not odd years?
Because if the vacancy happened like this year, there wouldn't be an election November next year.
No.
Oh, well, then there you
So,
go. Thank you.
so it would be the next, even November.
Well, so then that would be the next.
Then I'd go back to 6. If I,
Okay.
I recalled in July this year, there's an election this year, so you go back to this year,
So then we would just say the next November election.
the next November election on even numbered years, yes.
Does that work?
I know, but if the election is this year,
It doesn't technically give you a year and a half.
it doesn't matter. It's better to, I think it's better to elect.
But then the person elected would have,
Sure. Yeah,
which would also.
correct.
I mean, you could choose to run for office too.
That's true.
Once you, just
I
because you've been,
I could choose that.
I mean, hypothetically.
When I'm recalled, I can choose to run in November.
6 months.
There you go.
I'll support
I'm not allowed to say that word in reference to me. I get,
Let's not have any more recalls.
taking out.
I can't say, Patty Gerhardt's gonna slap me if I say that one more time.
And then add in, and we don't have to outline it and potentially contradict ourselves.
Thank you, Rachel.
No, it's good to think through that. Thank you, Gretchen, too. That was a lot to think through.
I know.
A lot of scenarios.
Let's get to compensation.
Okay, so appointments, well, let's go to
No, let's go to E. Oh, okay.
and you guys.
Take a
D,
joke, come on.
D first. Appointments to fill vacancies in elective offices of the city will be made by council action, even if the membership falls below the quorum otherwise required. Do we need this? Is that because of the situation where we had, okay. Because at the start, or in quorum, I think it just says is the majority of the council.
So if there's 3 left, right?
So if you have one person on the council, period.
Okay, gotcha.
This constitute as,
That's a quorum.
That's core.
Okay, good.
and we were pretty close to that.
I was just making sure. Okay, E, the mayor's absence from a council meeting, in the mayor's absence from a council meeting, can we add council president? The council president will preside over the meeting. Whenever the mayor is unable to perform the functions of the office, the council president will act as mayor, not to. The question here is, and then what?
So basically, this is just saying, if there are reasons why you can't perform your duties for 6 months, for whatever reason, and then 7 months rolls around, they need to appoint a new mayor.
But it doesn't spell that out.
It doesn't. So that's why, and that's my question too, because when we did lose the mayor, there was a lot of like, well, do we have to fill it? I don't know, or, you know. So I think that we need to have something in here that says, if the mayor has resigned, is recalled, because that could be longer than 6 months. We need to have another section in here that says what happens if the mayor is resigned.
Because in that circumstances, it wasn't that the mayor was unable to perform his duties. He resigned.
So maybe we add F, where we outline if, in the event the mayor's position is vacant, council will select a new, majority of council select a new, whatever.
Elect a new mayor at the next council meeting. Appoint, yes.
Yeah, I think avoid, we're not appoint. So majority of council will appoint mayor at the next council meeting.
So remember, city manager, we have the same terminology.
Yeah.
Don't we?
There is, because there's
So,
acting and then there's pro tem.
Yeah.
And no longer 6 months.
Yeah.
So,
So we should apply the same.
yeah.
Yeah, that's what we're,
And it does say council president will act, so yeah, we just need an F.
an F, yeah, I'll add an F, and then to your point is we kept everything 6 months for a reason,
Yeah.
so I didn't have to guess that.
So, and the next council meeting could be the next day.
It could be.
So that we don't go a month with somebody acting as mayor, that,
The council president would, I think, no?
He would be pro tem for.
He would be pro temp for 6 months, and then,
Let's say in the event that the mayor's seat is vacant, the council president becomes mayor pro tem until the majority of council appoints a mayor at the next meeting.
correct.
So then there is
And the meeting could be tomorrow.
it could be, when,
Yes. So that we don't get into that situation again. Sorry, I'm waving my hands.
you want me to?
Thank you.
Okay, I'm good with filling vacancies. Anything?
Then, so if we chose amongst ourselves, appointed the council president as mayor, then we would also need to appoint a new president, because we always need to have that second officer, because they're a signee on the checks.
yeah.
And-
I believe there's pro temp,
Yeah.
president, or,
There's duties of the president in 4.8, so I think we could put it.
But, I mean, when we elect the mayor, if the president ends up being elected mayor, appointed.
Takes the position, the council will elect the council president to serve in that position until the next council president is,
that's the council president.
So we need to shore that up, but we'll get there.
Yeah.
I don't think it needs to be added to the fifth spot. We'll add the one for the mayor, and then duties of council president, we'll add it there. So, duties of councilors.
We didn't change much in here. It is
B is interesting.
Yeah, I had a question about B, so go ahead and.
It's like, the city council will be the sole judge of the election and qualification of its members and the grounds for forfeiture of their office. Why is that in there?
And my question related to that was because there have been questions around the residency part of does that mean council determines whether that person actually is, like, I don't think it's a council decision. I think it would be the Washington County and state, right?
So, yes and no.
Okay.
So the way, so if a person's residency comes to question, the council will just ask, okay, well, we don't think you live here. We're going to file a complaint with Washington County or the Secretary of State.
So then we wouldn't have full,
Individually, counselors themselves can do that. But yes, you guys don't necessarily have.
so I don't like the way this is written, because it sounds like even if we did, so if our recourse is to file a complaint, then we aren't the sole judge, because we would have to adhere to the decision.
This, I believe, is in our current. That's why I highlighted it for legal review.
Okay.
Because I still have questions on it.
Yeah, let's ask Missy to either delete that or make it, I agree, I'm not sure why it needs to be there. I think the council would need to. We already talked about.
Steve is disqualified because he wears Hawaiian shirts.
Well, we already talked about in one of the other sections,
the reasons for forfeiture, and that the council is, you know, would head a public hearing or whatever. So I think that gives enough.
power to the council in the event that they're, for the grounds for forfeiture, but the election and qualifications, I don't know, I just think, why would the council?
I think, this is what I think, because I wrote lots of notes next to that. Where the city council is the sole judge of the people that we appoint to city council positions.
But that's not what it
Says. Says.
So is that how, because nobody else, yeah, nobody else does that but us. We accept applications, we interview, we pick, we vote. Is that what it's about? That's my question.
That would not be in the event of an election. I guess we do.
Correct.
We do a resolution, I think, however, that's just formality. Like, we can't shoot.
Not accept.
Yeah.
So that's why I don't like it says full judge, because I think that leaves it like, oh, we're not going, we have the power to say.
Right. That's what Missy does.
Yeah.
Figure that one out.
What does that mean?
I have a note in here, because we did remove, a majority of city council members may vote to add an agenda item, to pull that out into, but like, where do we say in here, because I didn't see it, where do we say that the council has to adhere to council rules of order? So maybe that should be D, that,
In here.
I would like it in duties of counselors. That maybe in A, B, C, D, E, you cross that one out, but maybe we just say E.
Counselor, will adhere to the rules set forth in.
I think it's in here. If it's not, then I'll ask.
There are different times that talk about, like, as the rules, like, or whatever, you know, whatever the verbiage is.
It does say that, like, as.
Set forth in council rules, but I would like it in duties of counselors that you have to adhere to the council.
If we're gonna pull everything out, like, when you did a state, and when, how often you, like, it should be.
In our duties, right, that we have to adhere to the rules.
No, some of those rules change over time, so I think the charter is.
Well, that's why we just say we have to adhere to the council rules. And the council rules are a separate document that can be updated.
Right.
But it should be in here that counselors have to adhere to the rules of council.
In the comment section to the right of it, it says, removed per and will add to the council rules of order.
Right.
Right, so what she's saying, which I think it's in here somewhere, but what I can do, it doesn't matter, say it twice or not, but, I can add a section E in here saying, city council will adopt, rules of procedure by resolution. Call it good.
And adhere to them.
And in there somewhere, it talks about Robert's Rules of Order.
that won't be in
No,
charter. I don't think.
no.
It's in our,
You're right.
it's in our code, but that would be in, so, yeah, I would like it added, because if somebody's gonna look at the charter and say, oh, here's the duty, oh, these are the only duties of the counselor, like, they might not go read the whole,
Under 4.6, you want that added?
yeah, duties of counselors.
Yeah, so
Council will adopt and adhere to council rules of order,
Yeah, so,
adopt by resolution.
council will
adhere
have
to,
it actually in.
I don't think we necessarily have, because don't we already have?
Not
By
yet.
resolution or ordinance, the city council.
Because we're pulling everything out of here to make our council rules. The council rules have been in the charter, and we're pulling them out, so that way, in the future, if we need to amend them, it doesn't have to go to a vote, right? So if we just say, council has to adhere
To the adopted. To the adopted.
But in order, and in the charter, so it does state, it would, in order for you to amend the rules of procedure, it has to be a 2/3 vote. Okay. And that's the important part. You want them to easier to change, but you don't want them too easy to change.
yeah, you wanna, yeah, like a, yeah.
So what I would recommend, if you guys are okay, is, by resolution or ordinance, the city council will adopt, the rules and procedures.
Council rules of order.
Yeah.
Council rules of order, because that's what Ann says here, council
Yeah.
rules of order. Let's say adopt and adhere to. Council rules of order. So then that leaves, I think we should add that, if we go to duties of mayor in that first sentence, mayor presides over and facilitates council meetings, preserves order, enforces council rules of order. So that way we're, adding in of order. And capitalize council rules of order, because we're gonna assume that we have that document that's been adopted. Determines the order of business, okay, we're fine with all of that. Under B, so I'm under duties of mayor now. In B, I would like to add, it says the mayor must sign all records of council decisions. Can we add or council president when necessary? Because there have been times where I've had to recuse myself due to conflicts. So the mayor must sign all records of council decisions.
Or the council president when necessary,
As required.
as required.
I'd like to go back to A.
Is, you know, mayor has to recuse himself or herself, or has a stated conflict of interest. Is it appropriate for the mayor to sign that, or should it be the council president?
I would prefer the council president, because if I'm recusing myself because of a conflict,
Yeah, I don't want my name on
that document, because then people might not know that I recused myself from that.
Yeah.
But that's not spelled out here.
That's exactly what I was just saying, if we can add in or council
Yeah.
president as required.
As required.
Okay.
Got it. That way either or. And if I'm, whatever, if the mayor is gone and there's something that needs to be signed, like immediately, right? Like there should be an alternate.
Absolutely. So can we go back to A?
Go back to A, yes.
So what about removal of members of commissions and committees?
That you can do. Might need a little bit more procedural.
So how can we word that in A?
I would actually probably,
Appoints or removes?
I would probably add that as its own section, B. A, B, kind of renumber them.
Okay.
With the consent of the council, the mayor, may remove
Members of,
You don't think,
something like.
you don't think just adding appoints or removes members of the commission?
oh, it would still be, so with the consent, what does that mean, with the consent of council? Does that mean in the meeting I say, I would like to appoint
Yeah.
these
you-
people to, and then everybody votes yes?
Yes or no, yeah.
So I mean, what is really the point of this? Like, so is that just saying like, I can curate it and then everybody agrees to it versus everybody trying to curate it together?
Correct.
Okay.
So you can, so say you have an economic development commission that you want these 5 members to do.
Okay, so ultimately, it would still be a council decision to have the mayor remove somebody.
Yes.
I could come and say, I would like to remove this person because blah, 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 and council would vote yes or no. So it wouldn't ultimately be a mayor decision.
Correct. It,
Okay.
this just puts it in writing saying, basically the council,
It's giving the council the authority.
the authority to
Not, I mean,
remove somebody for whatever reason.
it sounds like it's more like the legwork falls on the mayor and then the council. I'm,
And anyone on council could bring that up.
yeah. So I'm more in favor of it being ultimately a
Are you
council
in
decision.
favor of this or no?
I am, now that I understand it's ultimately a council decision and not a mayor-only decision, right?
Because, you know, there were accusations that were made that, well, the mayor just chooses friends to be on committees.
Yes. That's why I
thought that was a really low blow.
yes.
And we weren't even friends.
You are now.
I am in favor of most things being, well, everything being a council decision. Yes, if it's just the mayor curating something.
So think of it as you are nominating A, B, C.
Yeah. Does everybody agree?
And then does everybody agree?
Yeah.
Then Jan will say, no, I don't think this person is qualified for this person. You guys would discuss it.
Yeah.
And then you would say, okay, well, let's appoint A, B.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Formality of the process.
Yeah.
Okay.
So as long as it's a council decision, I think that we should be able to add, appoint, or remove.
Point or remove.
Because then
Actually, that,
it would have to be voted on.
the mayor,
Or remove.
Okay, he did say it like that first. We just had to talk it out. Okay, I think I'm good with the rest of duties of mayor. Any other?
yeah, and this is what we've talked about earlier, does it take the political head of the governing body, or of the city, sorry.
Should we say but will have, because we remove shall everywhere else, but will have no?
What's that?
You can see, mayor serves as head of the city government, but shall have no administrative, so we changed shall to will everywhere.
Yeah,
And that's what I've got.
It certainly will.
Oh, does it already say that?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry, I'm looking at
it
the.
might be on this one, because I did do a,
You did some edits along the way. I did notice that, because then I was like, oh, mayor's not capitalized. Oh, you did it there. Okay,
yeah,
so.
so like, this is like the final version.
Is that the one we should be looking at right now instead of this one?
I'd like to look at the red line one.
Well, I do too, and I just thought maybe I.
No, the red line is
Either or.
is perfectly fine.
All right, thank you.
He did tidy up some just
Yeah, this is-
conventions.
I have one comment under duties of president.
Great.
Under C,
Okay.
it says the council president, when acting as mayor pro tem, does not vacate the role of council president.
Correct. So the reason for that is, you can have a pro temp president.
You mean a pro tem mayor?
Pro temp mayor, but wants to,
So in the event that the council president is acting as mayor pro tem and cannot be at a meeting,
yeah.
then what? I think we need to have,
Then it would
Do we
be,
have a president pro tem chosen amongst us to?
so yeah, you guys would vote saying, we think Jan should run the meeting for tonight.
so we should have that in there.
That's right, Gretchen?
Yes.
Yeah.
I think that we should have that explicitly in there. So in the event council president acting as mayor pro tem is unable to, remaining council members would vote on the chair of the meeting, chair of that meeting, or,
That's what I wanted in the census, was they didn't want that additional language.
I agree with the additional, I understand wanting to limit the language here so that it's not so cumbersome, but that event could happen, and we should have it clearly outlined what we do in that case. So that way council doesn't say, well, we just don't have a meeting.
Do it ad hoc at the meeting?
I think it would be at the
Yeah,
meeting.
at the
I don't think
meeting.
you need to vote for somebody to be I think it would just be, and maybe we need to make that clear in the language, like, in the event council president is acting as mayor pro tem and cannot attend a meeting, then at that meeting, the remaining council members
'Cause this is like the
will vote on,
backup of the backup.
yeah, we'll
Yeah.
start the meeting.
Yeah, so the mayor is in surgery for,
For 6 months.
6 months.
That's a lot.
So
That's a long
the
time.
president will be the
mayor pro
moral mayor,
I have to miss a meeting.
but runs the meeting, but if he can't make a certain meeting, then somebody that chairs that would,
Yeah, so then the remaining council members would vote on the chair of that meeting only.
Or the mayor or the pro tem mayor appoint someone to run that meeting only.
Which would be cleaner.
I'm fine with that too, because then you,
So if you're having surgery and you can't come to a meeting, then you tell Ronnie to post it up that you've appointed Vince to run the meeting that one time.
I'm fine with that.
Yeah.
That saves time at the meeting to not have it.
Because then we're all not
I
going,
like that solution better.
thank you.
And in the event that there's contention between the remaining 5. Like, you never know.
Can we write anywhere in here there's no fisticuffs like they do in some countries?
Has to be someone present.
That's
Should be established when the.
No, so like.
Well, yes, he would have to say, can you do this?
Yeah.
And you would say yes, and then done.
If not,
And if you can't, then we choose someone else.
Then I'll ask Linda.
We could run a meeting on Zoom.
Okay.
That's,
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah, we've done that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
COVID.
It's like we've been through all of these.
Yes, right.
So,
You know, that's the shocking thing, isn't it? Don't think they happen, but
in Part A, duties of the president, in Part A, can we add, it says council will elect a council president at its first meeting each year, meaning the council president will have a 1-year term. That's why I wanted it in the terms too, because it's different, but right now it's 2. We elected at the same time as the mayor.
Why do you want to change it to this then?
It doesn't matter to me, honestly. We can leave it at, I mean, right now it just is at the first meeting each year. As it is currently, we do mayor and council president at the first meeting in every odd numbered year, or however it's said. So it's like 2-year.
Oh, all right.
Ultimately,
I'm thinking that it's 1 year.
Well, this says that it's 1 year, so that's a change of what is currently happening.
Yeah.
Do we want a different
I don't want to.
every year?
No.
So I wanted to change elect to appoint, because I think unless we're actually putting it to an election, we should say appoint. Council will appoint, and then maybe adding by majority vote. I don't know that that matters, it's probably redundant, but by majority vote, a council president at,
Whatever we want, every year or every two, what, does anybody have
off one way or the other,
I'd like to see it go longer.
2 years?
Yes, please.
to align with,
Yes, please.
I think it was every year before.
okay?
No, okay.
So it's, currently, right now, it's a president shall be chosen by the members of the council from its membership at the first meeting in each odd numbered year.
Oh, so it is every other year.
Yeah.
100.
Oh, my God.
So we can do 1 year, 2 years,
In odd-numbered years.
So this was to give, more chance to be in office if they wanted to, or run as president if they wanted to. It's something that some people would like to add to the resume, some people just want the experience. So that's kind of why we recommended that.
Best for the council at large, not for the individual.
Yeah,
It shouldn't be a consideration for what an individual wants.
so,
We have enough trouble getting people to be counselors. Do they want to be the for council president.
Tie it somehow to, election of the mayor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Selection of the
I
mayor.
feel like it's just easier and cleaner, like, as we're trying to
Yeah.
simplify things.
Correct.
Like, but it feels like it gets confusing.
Mhm.
So can we just keep them both in the first meeting, in the very
And I don't know what it,
But but I think part of the reason that they did odd year, even year, was so, I think part of the idea was is that the president in one sense would be mayor in training.
in the odd number year is because that will follow an election in November. So we would have potentially 3 or 4 new council members
that would then
decide in that, if we do it every year, council should still be the same,
Yes.
right?
Right.
So I think in every 2 years, that allows for the new people to be able to fill those positions. So I think it's cleaner just to keep, I think that we keep whatever language we had before.
the mayor and council appointed first meeting, not regular meeting.
Odd numbered year.
Okay.
So that takes A, president will perform the duties of the office of mayor in the mayor's absence and may perform other duties of the mayor at the mayor's request. I like that. And fluff some stuff off on you. Council president acting as mayor pro tem does not vacate the role. What did we decide on that? They,
President will adopt.
oh yeah, we're adding in that extra section, right?
Yeah.
Sandy said.
Sandy said. I don't hear that very often.
Okay, and then the B, if council president vacates the position, the council will elect a council president to serve in that position until the council president is elected pursuant to this section. Okay, so what is this saying? So if the council president vacates, so assuming you are on council.
Yeah.
Council will elect a council president at the next meeting. Let's
So
add that.
basically, it's saying that if Councilor Earhart resigns.
Does this allow for him to say, I actually don't want to be council president anymore and remain on council? So it's not just your seat is vacant, it's,
I don't want to be the president.
so I don't want to be council president anymore. So the council will, appoint, not elect, appoint, let's change that.
How did we?
Council will appoint a council president at the next meeting to serve in that position until the next council president is not elected, but appointed pursuant to this section. I think that sounds better. Because then that would go back to in every odd numbered year.
Right, they'd finish the term.
They would finish that, yes,
Yeah.
Mhm.
okay.
Right.
So, yeah, change where it says elected to appoint and then just add at the next meeting. Okay, 4.10, prohibitions.
Did we add the piece about if
Yes.
The mayor pro tem is unable for
Yes.
meeting,
that the mayor pro tem would just appoint somebody to run that meeting.
Yeah, we'll add that section. He's got it down to add that section.
And isn't it actually 4.9?
It should be 4.9, I think, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so now we're on, 4.9.
Yeah.
Well, I think it's actually 4.10 because there's 2 4.6s.
Yeah, so if you look at the new
not the
document.
clean copy.
Yeah,
The clean has 2 4.6s.
it does?
4.6 filling vacancies, 4.6 duties to counselors. I mean, I figured we'd get all that cleaned up in the next, so I renumbered them on my end. I didn't, anyways. Whichever section you see, it is prohibition. And
Thank you.
I understand why we added the part about may not directly or indirectly coerce or attempt. My concern is with the word indirectly. I feel as though the way it's written right now, it's too subjective. Who determines whether someone indirectly coerced someone? That's, like, what's the threshold for that?
That, honestly is gonna be up to you guys and legal on how to.
Because I feel like I could say like, oh, I saw that Linda's been talking to him and blah, blah, blah. She's back there coercing. Like, I feel like that's a slippery slope of subjectiveness, essentially.
Well, you can always judge the word directly. If a council member thinks that you have directly, even though it really would have been a subjective decision in a fleeting little example, i.e. indirectly, they can judge, no, that was just an indirect thing. That's not important enough. You've got it under direct.
That's why I don't like the word indirectly.
I agree. I don't think you need it because the council can decide if it was an indirect coercion or not.
Because indirect also to me seems like unintentional.
Yeah.
Like I maybe made an offhand comment and that, I don't know.
I think,
How do you define direct?
I ask you a question.
Cities have, do they have indirect and directly?
Yeah.
Yeah, my opinion is I would follow up with Missy just to see from the legal standpoint of what is direct and indirect. And
Yeah.
if that is like, I don't know, maybe it's actions that are not necessarily said, like in a direct form, that's like, I don't know, or something that's.
I think examples of what indirect means and then maybe, I don't know, even.
I have a
when
comment.
we were writing this, there was a person still on council. So.
So how about if it says, we just.
And that's how I read it, but I also just want to make sure that that a counselor is not also, ganged up on and saying like, oh, you did da-da-da-da-da. Like, that's why this feels subjective, because what constitutes an indirect coercion? Go ahead.
Can we take directly and indirectly out? Council member. No council member may coerce or attempt to coerce the city manager. Take directly and indirectly out.
I think there's legal ramifications for that too. I don't know exactly. That's why I want to refer to that.
All right.
Getting those words defined.
Okay. Thank you.
Do we need them in there? What do they, and if there are the legal.
Send that to Missy.
Okay, if there are.
We did.
But maybe not with that specific question.
But you said.
Yeah, maybe not with that specific question. Like,
Okay.
are those needs? If they are, it would also be nice probably to somehow define them in this section. Otherwise, the problem is the subjectivity of how it is now that we're trying to reduce, right? We don't want to say like, this is how I interpret what indirectly means.
You don't want to leave interpretation.
Can you do footnotes in a document like this, where you would put those legal definitions in? It wouldn't have to be in the actual outline.
Good question.
Yeah, and that brings up another point too, is I could do a whole page of definitions.
Good idea.
To add.
Like at the beginning of the
Yeah.
document that you would have definitions.
Yeah.
What
That
were
might-
these comments on directly and indirectly? Did she provide any comments on that?
She did not provide actually.
Who is this in the blue? MR 13 on the side?
That is missing,
Missy.
yeah,
And it looks like she said she needs to look into it.
yeah.
Well, because it,
I would
yeah.
need to
So
take
there
a look.
was, the reason for that comment was, in this, there was a section in here saying that, if a counselor was found directly, or found coercing the or employees, that they would be kicked off the council. And that's what she's referring to with the First Amendment for
Expression.
Ellis
Ellis
versus
versus
Corvallis, was, there was a constitutional issue because that person was elected in.
But she's probably looking into that right now as we speak, and we just need to get some input from her.
Yeah, but it wasn't directed to the indirect or indirect.
Well, and this really only talks about like in the appointment or removal of a city employee, in an administrative decision of the officer, or in otherwise executing the officer's powers and duties. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty much for appropriate penalty. I mean, yeah, because she puts in here something about like freedom of speech and stuff.
Mhm.
I would like her to just maybe relook at that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can have her do the whole thing, and we could also just, I think I took care of what she was concerned with, the first amendments, because I just deleted it out.
Okay.
Um,
Just that first, so directly, indirectly, and then if they are needed in there, maybe we do have like a page of definition, like our legal definition of what, so that there's not,
questions.
We wanna make sure we're, like, protecting.
and employees at the same time.
Well, yeah, you want to protect the city, 1,000%.
Absolutely,
Yeah,
but also we
yeah.
need to protect counselors as well.
Counselors should not go half-cocked against an employee. period.
No, absolutely not. I agree. And city employees shouldn't go half-cock against counselors.
And that,
Yes.
there is a tendency to do that, though. I know we know the ACCA people have censured people on the board because they go directly out of habit,
Yeah.
trying to do their job,
Trouble,
they
but
think.
yeah.
Yeah,
So
so we have to be careful of it, though.
yeah, so we do, it's either in this document or the rules of procedures will take care of that, how to take. Okay, so we got that taken care of.
For the purposes of inquiries and investigations, the council or its members will deal with city employees who are subject to the direction and supervision of the city manager solely through the city manager. Okay.
Yeah, I think he takes care of most of that.
Yep, I think that's, yep, I think we're good with that one. We'll put a compensation for counselors.
Yes.
So this one, we left pretty open, so all you would really have to do is, adopt by resolution or ordinance a new code or, policy saying you will have a committee that will look at, compensation for the counselors. It would go through their public hearing process, and it would go through the budget hearing process to make sure you have the money.
Mm-hmm.
And then it would go through city council for you to approve.
And we, for part B, council shall, by resolution, oh, we did shall again.
It will.
So, does it say will on the other one?
Yeah.
Okay. By resolution or ordinance, establish a policy authorizing the city to provide occasional, non-routine, and non-taxable meals to counselors. Can we add, and commissioners?
Yeah, I don't see why not.
And the reason that I have that in mind is our holiday party, because we usually invite council and commissioners, and it would be nice to not have, make them pay for
So
their own meals.
commissioners-
We make
Yeah.
them too.
That's a good point.
And sometimes they have multi-hour meetings that go on.
Right, yeah. So I think including,
Yes. And
I-
commissioners, is very appropriate.
Should we add any, and board members? Need to add anything about committees? Yeah,
because like budget committee, if they're meeting for 5 hours and you want to bring in pizza, that should be allowed, right?
So then do you add and,
So I did committee members, commissioners and.
So we still, and this says by resolution or ordinance, so council still needs to draft
Yeah.
the rules around when and why and where.
And how they get permission. Because you just don't want everybody ordering pizza and sending you their receipt.
totally, no, this is like, this
Correct.
If you are here through lunch, just,
So like today,
we could
we should
have
have pizza,
pizza
but,
and then.
but unfortunately, we can't do that.
I need to go home and
I mean, like the IRS and its business, if you are compelled to be here when it is your normal lunchtime or dinner time, then the business is allowed to have food brought in, and it is considered a business expense. And I don't see why the city should be any different.
I agree.
It's just
because
coffee.
OCEC, they said that it's an ethical violation.
It should not be an ethical violation.
It should not be, I agree. However, that's what OGEC and their ruling said that they look at it as a benefit, and if it's not in your charter or if it's not in a policy,
Sure, and well, we're putting this.
Yeah, and that's why I wanted to
that's why
add.
it's in here. And then we're also taking out, because right now, even if the OGEC ruling did not come through, I still wouldn't be able to give you food because the charter says no compensation.
And then the other thing
In
is,
legal terms, that means food too. Yes.
Christmas holiday party, whatever you want to call it, and any other events of that sort, in my mind, should be considered team-building events between commissioners, counselors, and/or staff, so that we work together collegially.
That's how Benny will budget it.
One question for this, like, let's say there's a meeting and commissioners and I wanted to buy coffee. Would that fall under meals, or do you have to specify? Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I already know it.
Oh, you do? Okay, yeah.
So I know all the tricks.
Okay. Well, that's why we have Ronnie. Okay.
So in order for you, that you wanted to do that here today,
Yeah.
you would have to offer it to everyone, including the public.
Okay.
So there would be a nice little sign over saying free for all. That's a way around it. Same thing for coffee, donuts, whatever. A little sign over there that says free for all.
So if we had a commissioner meeting, we would just open it to anybody that's here?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then you put a sign up on the door that says meeting in progress, do not disturb. You know,
Somebody would get us in trouble for that move.
Somebody would sue the city.
Oh, that's good to know,
That's the way we're.
because, yeah.
We're just trying to add more leniency, so we don't. Because if we had like an all-day event like this and we did catering, I have no idea how many people.
Your expenses go off the roof for those kinds of things that Jen was describing. If you're compelled to be there, if you're serving coffee, snacks, lunch, dinner, your expenses just go through the roof, and we don't want that to happen.
I don't know how many you can afford, like.
But you never do.
Yeah.
But you have enough just until it's gone. Like, you're just opening it up to the public. It's not that you have to feed or
You're not
give
obligated.
drinks to
Yeah.
every single person.
Right.
It's just-
We have one charcuterie board, but help yourself.
We have pizza, but you can't come till one.
And we're adding commissioners.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, so we deleted the mayor, that's fine, that's gonna be put in council rules. So moving on to Article 5, city officers. Section 5.1, appointments. I have the thought in here that we actually should be keeping the city recorder as part of the appointments, and the reason is, and then also part B, I like as well. Okay, I need to gather my thoughts. So part B that is crossed off says a majority of the council may create, abolish, or combine additional appointed offices and fill such offices by appointment and vacate them by removal. The qualifications of appointed officer of the city shall be as the council prescribes. So in my mind, thinking through all of this, I would like to keep the city recorder as an appointed office, and I would like to keep part B, thinking ahead to expanding our city and how we might in the future want to create an assistant city manager position. If city recorder remains as an appointed office, maybe we could combine a city recorder and an assistant city manager position, and I would like the council to be able to have the power to still create and combine and keep.
So, correct me if I'm wrong on this. The reason why we took the recorder out was other cities have not been doing it, maybe. 100% sure why they were doing that.
Not considered best practice.
Okay.
We still
Have in there that the exception of the city recorder, like, so it still says the city recorder basically does not serve at the pleasure of the council, right? You're an appointed
I work under the city.
But you work under, so that part, keeping it in there, doesn't allow for city council to just like hire and fire that position.
Yeah.
But if we keep the city recorder as an appointed position, and then we keep part B that says we can create, combine, then as we expand and Vinnie needs more help with administrative stuff, we could essentially create a position where we have a manager combine with a city recorder, or combine with.
Gives us some wiggle room.
It does, before we just say we don't wanna hire a whole new.
But I have a question about the city recorder. If we appoint the city recorder, does the city recorder still answer to the city manager?
Under the chart, right?
Well, it's still, under this, it still says that.
It depends on what the charter says, but yes. And
And this
the way
says
our
with the
current-
exception
Yeah, the
of.
way our current charter is written, yes, I'm under the city manager, I report directly to.
But you've been appointed.
But I've been appointed.
So the way that it says right now is, each of whom, except the city recorder, serve at the pleasure of the council and are appointed and removed by a majority vote. So it removes him from that, from us. So he's still under the administrative part.
So Gretchen, why is it not a best practice?
Because there's, even if it's an appearance of an impropriety, that the council can remove him or her, whoever the recorder is.
But the charter says that we can't, with the exception of the city recorder.
That council could put a lot of pressure on.
That'd be coercion.
In other states, I think that's why it's.
We can't coerce, as in the other.
A knock and cost, right?
And if that's the
City
case, we can put
employees.
pressure on any of the
I mean, yeah,
officers.
Yeah,
that's why it's in there that you can't.
If the city council had a problem with the city recorder, who was appointed, we'd tell you, and you'd talk to Vinnie. And that's how it would be resolved.
And then he would deal with it
As appropriate, right.
there's a problem.
I've got a point I want. Talking about, who we were gonna vote for.
You can't, this is, executive session.
Yeah, that was. Never mind.
Hard pivot. But those are my reasons for wanting to keep all of that.
Because I think it does give council a little bit
Of-
of wiggle room, and
We are expanding, like, we may need to create something.
Right, we might have to have a station down at Kingston Terrace, right? We might have to have an office down there for a police officer or a city employee or something.
So not having this position here still does not move from doing what you guys need to do, because the charter gives you all authority to make departments.
We can't create a position.
It doesn't really.
So it's.
However,
It adds clarity.
maybe we need to ask Missy, because Part B says that council determines the qualifications
of the appointed officers.
and we fill such office. So I'm wondering if, say we wanted to create that position, do we need to then make it public? Or if we create it and we appoint, can we combine two things that already exist? You know what I mean?
I think you have to recruit. That's the thing. If you create a position, either a combined position or a new position, you have to put an announcement out and recruit for the best. Vince would have to put Vinnie would have to put an announcement out.
Yeah, okay.
I believe from conversation, talking about when we were in the work session, that by doing a combined one, it was possible that we might not have to advertise, and Missy was going to look into
That's right.
that.
I remember
So
that.
I don't, so that is up in the air.
Okay, because I was not part of that.
I would like just more clarification on that, because I would like to keep as it was.
There should be.
In B.
Yeah,
Yeah,
to potentially keep, because yes, council can create departments, but I don't think we need to create a department to just provide an assistant
No.
to,
It's a position.
right, to create a position. So I think deleting this
So,
strips a little bit of power.
You have to be transparent as well.
Yeah, if it's not explicit in the charter, then there can be questions.
Questions on whether or not the council has the power to do X, Y, Z. That's why I would like to keep it in there.
Right.
Okay, so we'll follow up with Missy on that one. It is 5.1, appointments. So 5 point,
Add city recorder and then.
and let her know that we're thinking about expansion and potentially needing to create new roles. Okay, so city manager.
So the next few are quite a bit of change.
Well, because we pulled out a bunch that we're going to put into
Yeah.
which is should essentially just be what we've had posted as the job description that would go into the well, there are additional. But I think whatever we had in here, we should pull out.
It's powers and duties, of the city manager, and then we should adopt resolution, right?
Yeah, so it would be by resolution or ordinance, the city council will adopt the duties of the city manager.
Can we change that to say the powers and duties, just so it aligns with what we had before? Powers and. Have a note for the first section. The manager is the administrative head of government. The city manager is responsible to the city council for the proper leadership and administration of all city business, including serving as the budget officer, appointing and removing all city employees except the municipal court judge, I wanted to add city attorney and any other appointed offices created by the council. So if we do end up keeping B.
Council has created something, and any other appointed offices created by council.
Offices or officers?
Officers,
Would then that fall then under, talking with, as a recorder, fall into that, correct? That's an appointed position?
I don't think so, just because that first one in appointment says he does not, accept city recorder.
Okay.
So I think just saying, and any other appointed officers.
Yeah. Most cities too have an assistant city manager.
The council should still have the power
I believe.
to appoint and remove.
It does.
Yeah, just as the city manager. I think the assistant city manager would have to follow.
And then economic development director for the green bid.
Right, so if we end up, appointing somebody to assistant city manager, they should be under the purview of council.
Okay.
Right?
As is, I think, the economic development director, so if you leave it generic, then we can,
Yes.
as the city grows, then the city can.
Like an HR manager.
And I think probably by resolution, as we create those appointed positions, as a council, we could probably determine, like, you serve at the pleasure of the council, or you are under the city manager, right?
Well, but you would be both in a sense, I mean.
Well, sure, but I mean, as far as, like, they wouldn't answer to us, right? Like, we would communicate with them through the city manager. So
Well, isn't there a difference too, like in a city manager falls under like a CEO, right? Everything would fall under that, and then in a administrator, for like, an administrator form of government, then it's where you have almost like a linear, where you have people that are appointed by council. Mm-hmm. Isn't that kind of the difference? My understanding, so it would be, okay.
So in council, city manager form, like, technically everything is under our purview, but then I think it just dictates who we can communicate with.
Okay.
Right, so you're the head of all city employees, so we're not out there going to, like, Mira and Ronnie and Matt, like, we're not conducting business with everybody. We're channeling
Yeah,
everything
yeah,
through you.
that's okay.
So I think any other appointed office, we could as council determine, like, is this somebody council can freely communicate with, or is this gonna be under the, yes.
Okay.
As we add positions, we will, in the, right,
So I think by resolution, we would, or,
okay.
And I think appointed positions, if I'm not mistaken, are outside of the union employees. I don't know that for sure.
I don't think so, because I know
Is,
Ronnie is in the union.
Ronnie's a union employee.
was he an appointed, or was he?
Our charter says that the city recorder is an appointed officer.
Yeah, but who appointed? I mean, did the city actually appoint him, or was he, just hired, you know? So, but, I mean, like the police chief and the city manager.
I don't, you are union employees.
No,
correct?
the police chief and the lieutenant are not union.
But they're also not appointed. I don't think that really has anything to do with being appointed.
I don't know. I'm probably getting into some HR stuff that I know nothing about.
So on a side note, I think this is why it's so important that we have a nice org chart
Mm-hmm.
that shows everybody
Mhm.
and their names.
Yes, we do need an organizational
I
chart.
asked that at the council meeting, and Matt provided one.
Yeah, Ronnie put one together.
Yeah.
I have one on my desk that I just actually requested today.
Oh,
so
can we get a copy?
Yeah, if you'd like.
We should have that displayed somewhere in there.
That would be helpful.
Pretty much how it works, as far as I understand it, is we talk to Rachel, Rachel talks to the city manager, and the city manager talks to the employees.
Yeah, I was talking about appointees.
Oh, I'm sorry,
Assigned.
I misunderstood that.
And it's, I mean, for the purposes of council, you channel everything through your city manager.
Which is gonna be difficult for us who have been here a little while, because we've been dealing with Ronnie.
Yeah.
And rarely chief.
It is appropriate, in my opinion, like if I have a question, I would send an email to Vinnie, but I would CC Ronnie as knowing Ronnie's the person that likely knows the answer. And then you guys work together to figure it out.
Yeah, then I would be the one that would kind of dictate or
Yeah.
delegate where.
Yeah, direct.
And if I do any emails to any of these people, I always courtesy copy Rachel.
Yes. Good. Do a itty bitty example. I've got a problem with the iPad I was issued. I'm thinking that would be a principle to go directly to Ronnie instead, or to email Rod.
I think you would still just,
To copy
Just
you
filter
in.
through
Yeah,
the
just so you know, that's in the works.
I think that just in general, it goes to Vinnie.
Yeah.
All right, we think may be helpful also, but then it is Vinnie who directs people to help you.
This is actually a good conversation, because I've only been here, right, like 4 days. And so but looking at it is, we have a choke point, and then that way too, if there's 5 different people going to an employee and I don't know, it helps me understand what's going on, and then I can help delegate to where, also not burning staff out, where I'm giving them something that I didn't know that something was coming from another angle. It just helps so that we're all on the same page of what's happening.
Totally.
But yeah, but no, just send me, and then and then I can.
All right.
I have a follow-up question then, and I'm sure it's obvious. Now that you're here, we don't go to the chief as acting mayor anymore. He's off my radar.
Don't worry about it, I'm sure.
Don't bother me.
All right, well, let's go ahead and break for lunch quickly.
I have one question.
Yeah.
I think it was, example, as chair of the planning commission, I talked to Max, and we set schedules, and we did that, and I always would just hardly copy, my copy, the city manager, that I'm gonna be talking to Max about blah, blah, blah. I think it might be useful to have, not necessarily in the charter, but I think it would be useful.
I think that would be like rules of, I don't think it needs to be in the charter. I think just rules of council rules. Because I think in the council rules, we will also be dictating the rules of the committees and the commissions that council
I just
adopts.
wanted
Yeah.
to raise this.
So, but it's good. It's good to have.
Are we offline?
We are not offline, but we're gonna go ahead and break for lunch, and we will just we'll shoot for 1, but if everyone's back earlier, we can get started earlier. But I am gonna be in a meeting until
So I figured I said, you know.
Until what?
12:45.
Oh.
The city is closed, locked down from 12 to 1. So nobody will be coming in that door.
Yeah.
And then,
Get to know each other too.
Ryan, we just lunch, so do you wanna?
When other businesses, you can call me Vinny, but.
Yeah, otherwise.
No, that's fine, yeah.
An hour?
Well, I said we should shoot for like 2:30. So we should go till 3.
There's a lot of sections that'll cut this down too, when you look at what page number we're on,
Yeah.
that reduce it pretty quick, so.
I think,
I hope so.
and I think the back end of it
I
was,
didn't hear that she wasn't.
she's not coming back.
She's not, okay.
Another meeting to
Oh.
go to.
Shoot, I wanted to ask her a question.
Perfect.
Have a doctor's appointment at 4.
Okay, are we good to? We left off, yep. Reconvening? Do you need to double check?
Yeah, let me go double check on the back real quick to make sure.
He said something naughty.
Although he
Tell
might,
everybody, don't you?
he might need to unmute our.
Part of a club. Instead of standing out in the field all by myself.
On section 5, what?
We just finished talking about 5.2, the city manager, and then we've deleted a bunch of stuff.
I have a question about one of those things. Should I say it now? I mean, it doesn't matter.
Well, I don't,
No. Does it good?
so we're just gonna. Fully back. Okay, let's go ahead and reconvene at 1:06. And we left off talking about 5.2 city manager. Before we move on, Sandy, you had a question?
Yes, I do. It's down in it's under section 5.03, powers, number 10.
Oh, that has been redlined?
Yeah, keep the city council fully advised as to the financial conditions, blah, 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 blah. So that's just going to be in the job description?
So we will have a separate document that is the powers and duties of the city.
Right. That one was one I thought, I didn't know that until I came today. Okay. I just wasn't sure if that, so I just wanted to be sure that that was something we're going to.
Yeah. Yeah, so kind of right when you guys figure out what you want. I'll start slowly working on the new resolution ordinances. Probably won't take it until January. February-ish, maybe.
This is February.
Of next year.
Like, there's no point in doing all.
Before it's voted on. Okay, yeah,
November,
voted on
yeah.
November 3rd. But it won't take effect until January 1st, so, but I still want everything, assuming it passes.
After we're done with this, will you tell us how we're going to get it passed? What kind of advertising and stuff?
And it would probably be good before, I mean, let's just like a.
Adopting the powers and duties of all, and we'll be ready to, like, at the January meeting. Right, sure. Okay, let's move forward to acting and pro tem
Excited to
city
see.
manager. So this one, it looks like we just separated
Out
out
the difference between.
an acting city manager.
We made it clear. Yeah. As, we had some questions in our process.
I did. But let Steve go first. Okay.
Are those tricks?
No, they're little candies to, because I cough a lot.
I had a question about,
Why we are removing the city recorder information.
Yeah, that was,
so it's city recorder info.
So we should keep this.
if you keep the city recorder stuff, and then that will be it. I would probably add, I don't remember verbatim what it says, but I would probably still do,
So you're putting that back in?
I think just pending what Missy says about
Yeah.
the others.
What is the difference between an acting city manager and a city manager pro tem?
So acting city manager, a little bit more permanent. Wait.
No, the acting city manager is just gonna act as the city manager if he is gone for 6 months.
Like, if he's on vacation.
Yeah, if I left for vacation.
Like, it's temporary. If there is no city manager, then you are the city manager pro tem.
Is it described here?
It is,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, sorry, I got him reversed.
Okay.
That organizational.
Well, and it still says the city council designates the acting.
The acting.
And the, yeah.
So, a month before he goes on vacation, you guys will say, okay, well, sorry, you're back at it again. For a month.
Okay, section 5 point, whatever, city attorney? I think it
Yeah.
should be 5.4.
5 point.
We don't have a 5.3.
5.6.
So anyways, we have to,
Fix the numbering.
we just have to fix the numbering, but we're looking at city attorney.
So there's,
Why did we remove that a majority of the council must appoint and may remove the attorney?
that is because of the current resolution. So because right now, this is our language, so our resolution is wrong. Technically, we can't do it because the charter overrides the resolution. But from what I gathered from that meeting, that this is preferred method that the council would like. Leaving it as presented.
Okay. So keeping that,
Yes, strict, keeping majority.
so that the resolution would be
effective.
how we're doing it.
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Wait, play that again now. So D,
It's A, part A,
Yeah, part
as
A,
under city attorney. I just had the question why we removed.
oh, I see. And you're gonna put that back in?
Well, no, we're
Crossed out there.
gonna leave it crossed out because of the resolution that we passed a few months ago that said the mayor can appoint and then
Okay.
has to be ratified by the council within 45 days.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
because right now it does not.
And I do like the way the resolution,
Because there were times where it's like, we need a city made before we call a special meeting or.
Right, yesterday. So my question is, to follow up on this, the city attorney or any attorney that the city hires for contract work, gig work, so to speak, has to be approved by the city council, or can the city manager hire those attorneys?
Our resolution said that the mayor or the city manager, so the city manager could hire somebody, but then would have to bring it to the next council meeting to have it voted on.
If it was urgent that the person was hired.
But it still goes to the city council.
I think either way, I don't think that there's an emergency clause in that. It just says then it has to be ratified by the council within 45 days. So it's basically at the next meeting.
So it's like a recommendation that I bring to you, and then you all.
Yeah. But if you needed,
Immediate help.
Legal services for something, and then you're like, I can't wait till the next meeting, you would hire somebody to perform that, and then hopefully the council.
that was a good move.
Isn't there a dollar, limit for the city manager to do, or does that doesn't come into play here?
Not for that resolution, I think it's for all the other
Yeah.
purchases and contracts.
So, Vinnie would ask you if there was an urgent need to hire a lawyer outside of the contract that we have with Missy.
I mean,
I think that would be a good, just,
best practice.
like, how do you think the council would feel about this? Yeah.
I think it's to promote communication.
I mean, you know what I'm dancing at.
And Missy,
There's
yeah,
some areas where she doesn't have the expertise.
exactly. So a good
Actually, we've
conversation.
done that
We've done it, yeah.
twice now.
Yeah.
We've done it for the franchise
That's
agreement,
right, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
attorney to review that. You know,
Yeah.
we signed it into that, and then we brought it to council, and we just kept moving.
Yeah.
So,
Yep.
There's been a lot of discussion around that over the last few months.
Yeah, I think it's just to promote transparency and,
Legal fees.
yeah, that we're not.
Well, I feel like that would be, I would go is, I would talk to Missy, I would talk to you, I would then bring it to council. And, yeah, even if it was an emergency, there's things that I would.
It was more urgent, let's say it's the day after yesterday's meeting, right? That you needed counsel, if it was more urgent than waiting a month.
Oh, yeah, I would probably call Rachel and then I would ask Missy immediately, conversation with her, seek guidance to see if it's something you would perform. If not, then go seek outside counsel.
Thank you. We're a little tender about legal fees here.
And, well, and the good thing is Missy, I mean, she's not gonna be our attorney forever, just as we aren't gonna be here forever, but, she's very cognizant about our budget and.
Yes, she is. Thank you.
What's the difference between Jordan Ravis and two separate firms and huge differences? Jordan Ravis is $500 an hour, or $520 an hour. Missy is $360.
Why do we use one sometimes and?
Depends on the issue. So we use Jordan Ravis a lot for some grant land issue. If Missy can't, and right now just can't handle all the time. So he's made it very clear in the beginning.
It seems like Missy has a land use.
Missy is a land use expert, but if she has like a conflict of interest, if it's with Washington County, she has a conflict of interest. They're her client.
So we would default everything to, and
Yeah.
outsource as needed.
Thank you.
Okay, and then at some point we have to adopt can we say the powers and duties also in subsection B, just like we did
Yeah, I
with-
can do that for all of those.
Yeah, that way we can keep all the documents the same name.
Hours and duties, right?
Yeah.
Ready to move on to
Judge? I don't think I have any questions about Judge.
The only thing with powers and duties.
Yep. Yeah, take all the crossed off stuff and add it.
Is the judge elected? Appointed by us?
Yep. All right,
we did delete the creation and supervision. Is
that going in council rules, is that why it's not in the charter? The section
the council being established city
departments,
department?
offices, agencies.
We took that off because we noticed in all the other city councils or all the other charters, they don't have that clause in there anymore. Because, again, you have the authority to make new departments, as the governing body.
So would that be, is it inherent in council, or is it something we would need to add to like council rules?
No, you don't need it in council rules. Council rules is just more for setting boundaries, stuff like that. But you guys, we could add a section in the very first beginning, Article 1, where it says powers of the city. We could add, forming departments
Oh, yeah.
and positions if we need to.
Kind of goes with what you were saying earlier.
Yeah.
About the-
Like if it's not explicit, then there could be
Well, no, about what you were talking about, like forming like an assistant city manager, like
Yeah.
another department.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So we could add one liner in Article 1 saying,
Yeah.
you guys obviously have.
I think that's good, because if it's not explicit, somebody will question it. And I think it's harder to defend. Well, we can, because we're the governing
You're the
body,
governing
right?
body,
Like,
But
But if you get that, you could get that, back and forth.
Yeah, we're like,
It doesn't say, so we should just make it say. So, yeah, let's go, yeah. we-
I have a question about why we deleted when we'll meet, that first part under section 701 meetings. Why did we delete that? Don't we have to define when we're having meetings?
Yeah.
We've already done that?
no, we weren't there yet.
Oh, sorry. Sorry.
And I'll explain that here in a moment.
I was bad, my bad.
So we're taking parts of the old six and then moving it to, let's say, 6A.
So I think B is something that could just be under powers and duties of city manager. Departments, offices,
Shall be organized and reorganized, and shall be under the direction and supervision of city manager. That sounds like a policy duty. But the first one, the city council may establish city departments, offices, and agencies in addition to those created
by this charter and may prescribe.
functions of all department offices.
So you would put that word.
And the powers,
Yeah,
So it
One.
would be
A.
powers of the city, yeah.
Yep.
2.2, or you could just add, I'll play with it.
Yeah.
You guys will review it.
That makes the most sense. Okay, so now let's move on to Article 7, procedure. I also said,
this is that.
Thank you. Sorry, I got ahead of myself.
I know that there's a
So
comment
there
about
was,
forum issues. I don't mind the
So-
part where it says that we, like,
the meeting is actually set by ordinance.
It's in the code,
It's in the code.
okay?
what does
that say,
So basically, right now, it states that you guys will have a meeting
on the third Wednesday.
on the third Wednesday at
6 p.m.
6 p.m.
off the top of my head.
Yeah.
But it also gives you something to change it, to have your special meetings, work sessions, and other meetings on that.
Is it unreasonable, though, to keep that the council shall meet regularly in the city at least once a month at a time and place, and then designated by council rules?
or municipal code? I think because there was a time last year where we were trying to forego a whole month of meetings, and I was like, no, we have city business.
So,
What was that?
Well,
July.
it was,
It was when we left forum, and everybody would come to the meeting. I think it was July.
February.
no, it was in the summer.
It was in the summer. You didn't come,
It was
Jen,
July,
you and Danny.
and we had lack of forum, and it was,
Suggested we just don't have a meeting in July, and I said, no. And schedule it as soon as possible.
Because we got bumped up to the last day of the month.
So I think we just deleted that whole section because
I think it needs to be in there. We have to meet at least once a month. That way there's no like, oh, we're just gonna push it, or nobody can
We're
come.
gonna, like, no, figure it out, we gotta meet once a month.
Your city business, city.
But it does it have to say the third Wednesday of every
No,
month?
I think it
That
can say
part-
by council rules or ordinance or.
Whatever.
At a time and place designated.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, that'll work.
By council rules or by,
Municipal code.
municipal, yeah, whatever makes the most sense there, but I don't think we should dictate when.
because that would be super hard to change.
Yeah, but the frequency is, and it says at least once a month, because I know at one point, council was meeting like twice a month. So it doesn't say that you can't do twice, but at least once a month, I feel like that's enough.
People should be able
did
to
you guys want to add?
commit to that.
What's the public notification process for all these meetings? Does it have to be a week?
It
No.
depends on the issue.
That's 24 hours that has to be notified, but if it's land use, then it's 10 days.
Okay.
Or 7, depending on if there's an ordinance to it or not.
Having a normal every third week, at least the public is used to that. Changing dates makes it look like we're manipulating things.
Yeah, I don't think we should change the dates.
I'm just saying, if we leave the day for when,
Wednesday, whatever, in the code or in the council, then we could change it by resolution. If it's in the charter,
Mhm.
we can't change
Charter,
it.
then you would say, oh, we need to go up for a vote, because
Yeah.
I can't make it on Thursdays anymore.
That's burdensome.
That would be, yeah, that would, but I think saying at least once a month.
Okay, we can add that back in.
Feels necessary.
And
So that's going to be under section 7.1.
yeah, we'll just add 7.1 back, and pretty much keep the council will meet regularly at least once each month at a time and place designated by council rules. Actually, probably resolution.
Does it always have to happen in here?
It has to happen within the city of King City boundaries. by
So we
state
could be
law.
in the, we could be in the park and have a,
Yeah, you can have a nice little park picnic.
I didn't have a,
Yeah, as long as it's notified.
How do you live stream at the park, Grant?
not up to me, I'm not the computer guy.
Yeah.
Okay, rules, actually,
And
before we,
this is
go ahead.
where I was going to suggest, this is where you maybe put, by resolution or ordinance, we will adopt the rules and procedures document.
In rules and journal, which part?
In Article 7,
Gotcha.
yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
I forgot that I had, I'm sorry to go backwards, but in 4.5, I know this was also something that was questioned, so 4.5 vacancies. And in part C, my question was about the
last sentence will be published in one or more newspapers. So like, there was a question about like online work, does print.
So should we designate that it could be in print or online?
Absolutely,
Because that was called into question before.
Yeah.
What designates a newspaper or,
You don't want any, you want to be safe and not sued, right?
or newspapers.
That was C, right?
Yeah, one or more newspapers
And
in
for
print
online.
or online,
And the newspaper can have an online
right? So does it need to,
version.
Yeah, and I think we're, the city, at that time, argument was that we put it on our website, and that counted as publication.
And that was a newspaper.
Right.
Our website definitely would qualify as a newspaper.
No.
So do we need a different word altogether?
publication record as well.
then what is that?
Well, publication of record, I mean, that's,
I mean, that's
Or
what we say.
that's the old wording, it didn't say new, not here, but I mean,
yeah, in general, yeah.
in a public, in a, all of a sudden.
We can post it to our
We post it on our website, we send it out in email,
But it should-
on Facebook.
It should be wider than our.
I don't want it to, I would not want this to make the threshold be our website, because that's not gonna reach everyone, right? So it really should go out to a new,
Well, yes, it should.
So my question is, I think we should probably make it clear that it could be in or on. Because at some point in the future, maybe, like, what if Tiger Light's like, yeah, we're only gonna have
Your life may
an online,
go online completely.
right?
so we don't wanna,
So my only, well, with Tiger Light, they actually don't qualify as, I mean, they are a newspaper, but they don't qualify for public notice.
Because they don't publish all the time.
Yeah, they're once a month, and there's certain laws that require.
Was that the Valley Times?
Valley Times we can use, we use, Oregonian a lot. Yeah, as long as depends on the timeline too. If I need something like published tomorrow, I would use Oregonian, because they can turn it around faster.
Well, let's just say newspaper.
May I make a suggestion? I think it should say on the city's website and then what you said, newspapers and other publications.
published on the city's website and in a news, print or online.
So, Ronnie, you send us notices of meetings, and that's a database that you have. Would that be another area that you probably put it?
I mean, that, no, because it doesn't mean that people are going to read it.
I don't think it should be in the charter.
Yeah, if I send you an email, and it's archived, doesn't mean that you're gonna read it.
On the website?
If it's on the
Doesn't mean
website,
anybody's gonna read it.
not necessarily.
I think it should be, like, it's obviously an option, but if it's in here, then we need to do it. And what if we no longer have that service 5 years from now? We do something different, you know, like,
I think
should probably not take it upon ourselves.
Plus, it narrows it down to just the people on his list. So it doesn't go out to the public.
All of the above, newspaper, website, email, blast.
Yeah, that's what, I was just gonna go there. My safe way of doing stuff is I publish, if it's a legal notice, I publish it in the Oregonian and the Times. Email, Facebook, website, so it's out there. And people are, well, I didn't get it, so I was like, well.
And,
You know?
that we should notice, using an electronic reader board.
You know, at some point, I would love to have a reader board. I think Dan is the one that said that we should have a reader board out here in front of City Hall. I was like, I don't disagree with you.
I wonder if there's a reader board that we could actually face this way, so traffic, people that aren't, how many people drive up on 16? You know what I
Quite
mean?
a bit, actually.
All right.
But, you know, and that's just more of a budgeting thing. I don't know if you would want to put that in your charter.
Yeah,
No, not in the
I don't think so.
I think
that's housekeeping.
the charter needs to be like what is feasible here and into the future.
Yeah, so I think keeping it somewhat vague, but pointed, and kind of the way we did it is, you know, publish on the city website, in print, and or online for the news organization.
Does it have to be posted as well? On the bulletin board up at the park, here on the city?
So the way our code is written, and I don't like the way it's written, because it says we have to post it at the town center for that. That's private property. I can't post anything over there. So we need to kind of get that. So yeah, we do, again, depending on what kind of notice it is, it's here, and it says at 2 public places, and the best I can do for right now is inside, outside, and the park.
Okay.
Can you do it at the park now?
Try to, I think Aaron does, yeah.
I put a lot of stuff up at the park. I try my best to keep it as updated as possible. So, and I like to just go out there and check it out.
Cool. Okay. Ready to move back to, sorry to take us backwards when we're moving forward. Section 8, is that? No, Section 7. We missed 7.
7.2. We didn't do much of anything on this one except change how the will. It's pretty simple.
So in this, though, it says the council will determine its own procedural rules and order of business. Because that is the council rules of order.
Yeah.
So should we update this to say by resolution or by ordinance, develop?
Yeah.
And actually call it council rules of order?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Quorum and vote. I actually had a question about, if these voting A, B, and C, shouldn't those just be in council rules?
No. Because this, you do not want, so the way parliamentarian law works is you have your charter, or constitution, and you have your bylaws, of everything. this is our charter, and this is saying, you can't change this.
Mhm.
Basically is what it's saying unless you go out to a vote.
Okay.
And so suspension of council rules and limitation of debate, a motion to suspend a councilor's rules or limit debate requires a 2/3 vote. That is basically, you're taking away a councilor's right to talk.
Mhm.
In order for you to do that, they have to suspend the rules. But you don't want to suspend this rule because it's an important rule. You're taking away somebody's.
Mhm.
So parliamentarian wise, it is proper to have that section in here.
So, give me an example, Ronnie, when would we use something like that?
So, say the only way this would work is if you had a motion and a second and you're in discussion now. Your counselor has per our code, has 5 minutes to talk. But if they start to sway a certain way and they start saying, well, Vincent said this, I don't like Vincent because he's on this side and I'm on this side, you can do a point of order and try to bring the counselor back.
Point of order, though, would be
By the chair.
But, yeah, right. So remember, we got the workflow.
So then would the chair then,
So, and then after that point, if they continue doing that, the counselor would say, I motion to limit debate. Or I call the question. Calling the question is also saying, we've had enough debate, I'm tired, I want to go home, I just want to get done with this. But not everybody has had time to talk yet. So.
I know when that has happened.
but you can always.
Been there.
In the charter.
You can call a question, but you're still limiting, you still need a 2/3 vote.
You do, but that is still part of like Robert's rules. So it
Yeah.
doesn't, that's why does it need to be part of the charter when it is Robert's rules?
Yes. The reason Ann was just saying that it is a way to have your stronger policy in your charter, so it's harder to change later.
Okay.
Did
Unless, I don't know, previously, didn't it say like, council will adhere to Robert's rules unless specifically
However,
stated?
yes, but you would get yourself back into, say, I decide to quit and I go somewhere else. Somebody else, and they may not know Robert's rules,
Mhm.
so they may not do things the way I would. Does that make sense? By calling.
So this is an insurance policy.
This is an
We
insurance
would,
policy for you guys to make sure things are ran properly. Because I've seen in the past where Robert's rules were not applied.
they're thrown out the window for various reasons.
Yeah. So this is, and I've even seen them call the question without actually having, debate with other counselors. Other counselors get frustrated, rightfully so. So, I just think that's a good way of putting it. It's just an insurance policy for you guys to make sure that the rules are followed.
And we could have used it in the recent past, possibly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Probably won't now,
Well, hopefully.
but we may
Yeah.
in the future need it. So I'd recommend we move on.
Okay, and then why did we delete no action of the council shall be valid or binding unless adopted by the affirmative vote of the majority of the quorum?
Because it is redundant. If you have a quorum, there's already a quorum.
Right? But there was
But-
an instance where there was a meeting and no quorum and a lot decided December. There were
So-
3 of 6 in attendance, which is not a quorum.
Right, and I don't think I was at that.
And there was many resolutions voted on, so there should, I would like this there because that gives
And did.
somebody to say, there wasn't,
Quorum, which, I mean, what's that,
So here,
Now we've changed it to the quorum is whoever's present.
that was, it's still.
But it's
accurate. They only had 6 counselors and 3 were present, and they
continued on with the meeting.
So if that was the truth, then that's not a quorum. Yeah, it wasn't a quorum, it didn't need a
but
fourth
there
member.
were resolutions voted on.
But,
Oh, I'm sorry.
And then somebody at the next meeting saying, well, there was questions on,
yeah, on
We
the
have to
legitimacy.
revote after all that.
But we didn't, because they said, no, we determined there was a quorum, we're moving on. So I would like this in there, because explicitly, no, if somebody made a mistake and you went through and held a meeting, like shouldn't have even been classified a meeting, right? You have to have a quorum for it to be a meeting. So if it's not explicitly in there, then there's room for somebody to say, nope, we did it right, moving on.
Anne's the one
I
that-
got mixed up when there's only 3 council members.
Right. No,
And that's a quorum. If there's only 3.
so,
voting.
Right,
yeah, if there's 6, then they need 4.
right. I'm sorry, I got mixed up. My bad.
So I have a limit.
No, we can do it, moving on. Like, no, it says right here, it's not valid, right?
I was in one of those meetings. We all were.
Anyway, so, I don't know, unless somebody else feels as strongly as I do against it.
I agree.
I agree.
So, please, let's leave that leave that one in there.
And it doesn't matter if it's redundant. If we've said, like kids, right? You have to say it 4 or 5 times.
Right. Okay, moving on to section 8.
section 8,
So,
My first question is on A. I feel like it makes it sound like we have to vote at 2 meetings, but isn't it, you just hear it at the first and then vote on it at the second? Adoption of an ordinance, or it says approval by a majority at 2 meetings.
Public hearing portion is in the first meeting, the
And then
second
the
meeting
second
is just reading it again.
So the way that it's written,
No, it says adoption of an ordinance requires approval by a majority of the council at 2 meetings. But the first meeting is just a hearing. It's not, this, to me, it makes it sound like you vote on it both times.
I see that.
I am at adoption, A,
so this is something that we,
8.2.
Okay, but what about the final product?
Does that not say that?
I don't,
Final draft
What is the,
more clear to read.
oh, is it?
yeah.
As authorized by subsection B, adoption of an ordinance requires approval by a majority,
No, it still says the same thing.
so,
approval of, by a majority of the council at 2 meetings.
we got this
At the
from
second meeting?
LOC.
Okay,
But I see your point.
say like needs to be read or heard at 2 meetings, and
So,
Well, why would we have a second reading
Well-
if we weren't in favor of it at the first meeting?
because, the second meeting you would be voting on. First meeting, you're not.
if we vote on it the first time, then it would, I don't know. It just seems that, I feel like there's just a clear way to say, there's 2 readings and you vote.
The way this should read is you have your public hearing first. And at the second meeting, you would have your second reading, and you would
Can vote.
So there's 2 meetings, 1 vote.
correct.
That's not what it looks like.
That's no.
Adoption requires, readings at 2 meetings. I don't know how to make it sound, my brain's not working anymore,
Right, I think.
but it doesn't sound right. Okay,
I can read
fix it, okay. Part B says the council may adopt an ordinance at a single meeting by unanimous approval of at least quorum of the council, provided the proposed ordinance is available in writing to the public at least 1 week before the meeting. Is this maybe a regular, I think in my notes I have, can we say a regular meeting? Or, I guess my fear around this is that there is a quorum of council that's like, hey, let's just call a special meeting to adopt this ordinance in a single meeting without 3 other people, and they call a special meeting. You know what I mean? Because it says the approval of at least a quorum of the council.
It would have to be noticed.
It would have to be noticed, but then it would just be in one meeting versus like 2. So I can just see a scenario in which it's like, oh, let's just, the 4 of us are in agreement.
Let's have a meeting.
Unanimously put it through in one meeting. I don't know. Again, I realize that these are kind of ridiculous scenarios, so we can do some ridiculous.
That's right.
Or not.
The council may adopt an ordinance at a single meeting by the unanimous approval of at least a quorum of the council.
Maybe, so, yeah.
At a single meeting. And I understand you probably don't want to restrict it to regular meeting, because what if there is an ordinance that we need to put through? Right? And you want to call a special meeting for that. I don't know. I don't know the answer. That was just my concern.
It almost feels like it has to be a special meeting, not of just a quorum, but of the full council.
Oh, you could put that in. A single meeting.
So the unanimous approval of all council members? So not a quorum, but all council members?
Unanimous approval.
I think it should be a unanimous approval, but I think the full council needs to be in attendance, and I don't know how you say that.
Well, we would just leave out the at least quorum of the council.
At a single meeting of the full council by the unanimous approval of at least a quorum of the council. That's
Like what you just said.
No, that,
a single meeting of the full council by the unanimous approval of at least a quorum of the council. Yeah.
because if you can't say, yeah, quorum and unanimous are like contradictory.
It's double talk.
Contradicting itself.
By a single meeting of the full council.
Otherwise, you say a 2/3 majority of the full, rather than a.
We could do that. 2/3? 2/3.
Which is a lot different than unanimous.
So,
if someone has to recuse themselves for conflict of interest, it can't be unanimous.
right, so,
So it has to be 2/3.
but if they recuse themselves, then they're just removed completely, so they wouldn't count against it. It could still be unanimous.
So it could still be 6 as unanimous and 1 non-vote.
They could abstain.
But that counts as a vote.
That counts as a vote.
If you recuse yourself, it doesn't count.
But if you abstain, you can still contribute to the conversation, and if you are recused, then you cannot contribute to the.
If you abstain, you're part of the vote, and it's not unanimous.
Right.
I would be fine with it being 2/3 of the full council.
A single meeting of the full council with a 2/3 approval.
2/3 approval of a full council at a single meeting.
Yeah.
Yeah, get that all in there. Okay, that makes me feel a little bit better.
And just cross out of at least a quorum, because.
Yeah,
We're changing.
in the word, yeah, removing quorum and say 2/3 of the full council. And then, provided the proposed ordinance is available in writing to the public, I guess I had a question on that, because that also seems a little bit vague.
So, I mean, again, depending on the issue, what it's for. If it's a land issue, it needs to actually be like 10 days available. That's why we do our notices.
Like the in writing part.
The in writing part, the ordinance is pretty much done and written.
But available in writing to the public.
Yeah, and it would be here at City Hall, ready for them to review if they want it, or we would publish the agenda 10 days.
Okay, so I think that could be clearer. My fear around that was that, hey, we're gonna quick approve this ordinance, and we're only gonna post it here, and we made it available in writing to the public, but the public doesn't come through here and look at our board. I want to avoid the appearance that we could potentially hide something and push it through at a meeting.
I agree.
So,
So available, how did we do the other notice of,
It was on the city's website,
yeah,
other publications.
in writing on the city's website?
And other
On the city's website.
and other publications.
But does it need to go out to publications? That's my, like,
Ordinances, when,
or is it's provided on the agenda a week in advance? It's on our city's website and it's posted to the
I would
board.
go with that one.
Okay.
It's cheaper.
We don't want to, yeah, right, we don't want to restrict it too much, I just want to avoid the potential, like, hey, we posted it to the,
We want to be transparent.
there you go, see, every effort to be honest and.
Transparency.
Okay, so in writing, on the city's website,
Agenda.
just in the agenda.
Not exist 10 years from now.
But you're going to rewrite it in 5.
5 years to, it exists for 5 years, I'm pretty sure. I know. Okay.
I'm just playing devil's advocate to a degree because, you know, when computers were new, you had chat room, what were they called, way back in the late 70s, early 80s.
Fax machines.
I know, but.
In Part E, why did we change
Recorder to city custodian.
after adoption of ordinance, the city
yeah,
custodian of records?
Again, we adopted this whole section from LOC.
Can we just go back to saying city recorder?
We could say city recorder,
Only because we
custodian.
don't have a,
It's custodian could be the city manager, could be the police department. Custodian just means the person that is holding the document.
Okay, and then I want to just clear up, it says, with the date, because we removed there, where it says ordinance takes effect 30 days after the adoption, and now it just says, will endorse it with the date of adoption and the custodian's name and title. So my question is like, well, then when does it go into effect? Is it just whenever that custodian gets around to signing it? Is it the day of the meeting? Is it,
That's the day that you guys adopted.
so then the date of adoption,
It would be the date of the meeting that we adopted,
When you vote on it.
the date we vote on it, and you say yes or no.
But again, it also depends on what type of ordinance it is, and if there's other laws that prohibit
it going into it?
in effect, and it might have to wait.
Because there are
a whole
some,
year
yeah, that,
So before
it
goes
can't go into effect
yeah.
right away.
So that would probably be more guidance from the attorney,
Yeah.
on that, but we could also just add 30 days. I'm good with that.
I mean, there is,
I don't necessarily want to restrict it to 30 days, because I'm sure there are cases where we're like, we would like to take effect immediately.
There
Unless
are,
otherwise noted, 30 days unless otherwise approved by the city council at adoption.
But then like, what's the point?
so.
I don't know.
None.
So there are. Land use is 21 days.
So I think we need to clear this up, because if there are things like 20,
then it's not going to be the date of adoption.
Yeah,
It's going to be,
or should we say following,
following state law.
yeah.
Or-
So ask Missy how we can
Okay.
make that one a little bit better. Okay, any other questions on adoption?
Is the TSP an ordinance?
Yes. That's a land use.
Financial management. Okay, my question that I want to ask, okay, budget A, 9.2A, city manager will submit to the city council a budget for the ensuing fiscal year and an accompanying message in accordance with budget law. Okay, great. But then the part B says the city council will adopt the budget on or before the 30th day of June of the fiscal year currently ending. If fails to adopt the budget by this day, the budget proposed by the city manager will go into effect. I don't like that.
That's something that has always been in the city charter, and it's a fail-safe.
But there should be, okay, yes, it might go into effect until the council can adopt, like, it feels final. And so my question is in A, when does the city manager give us the budget? Because is it going to be on, well, it doesn't say. So nothing against Vinnie, right?
There is a scenario in my mind in which the council doesn't
Get the budget until June 29th. And then we have to vote on it June 30th, and we have edits. And he's like, well, I guess you didn't approve it, now my budget goes into effect.
Right. I saw that the second you read that out loud. That's what popped into my head.
So there needs to be,
Come to council in May, so we have a month to look at it.
The way the budget law works is that I'm getting ahead of myself with the dates here, so correct, or forgive me if I'm wrong, is March, we start the budget process. City councilors and budget members will have a meeting either in March or May, discuss all the budget issues, look at numbers, make sure everybody's happy. And then the budget committee will make recommendations to the city council, so you're also making recommendations to yourselves, about approving budget. But it has to be approved by
June
June 30th. Before the.
And does it make sense that this recommendation would come to the council in the May meeting?
I would say two things. First is, we should defer to Missy and see what other cities do, and see if they have, because just when you get into a budget and you start crunching a timeline, this budget process, we want to make sure that we're putting everything together, talking to all the departments, and I just want to make sure that it's not something that like creates a timeline issue, because I hear you on the part of where the way it's written is like, well, city manager could hold it from you, and then, or something could happen to delay it, and all of a sudden it now becomes what the city manager proposes. If it's okay, we can follow up with Missy to kind of get some guidance on how to protect the council in that, to make sure that you're getting what you need in a timely fashion, and then a fail-safe. I don't know, to answer your question, after the budget cycle of July 1 for the fiscal year, I don't think you can put a budget forth. I don't know, because then you get into appropriation issues and others. So that would be something I'd want to talk to Missy about, just to make sure that we're following Oregon budget law.
And at that point, I wonder if there could be a clause in here that then, like a supplemental budget is.
Yeah, and it could be, or like you said, you could have a date maybe in there that says by, budget needs to be submitted by June 1 or something like that. And is fail-safe. I know in other places I've been, we've done a proposed budget and then done an adopted budget and done that process so that it's earlier, so that you get a proposed budget earlier on to be able to have that to review, and then we make revisions to get to the adopted budget.
Yeah. So maybe you and Ronnie and Missy can kind of like rework this a little bit with that concern in mind.
And that was
just 9.2 budget. Just
in city budgets, if you can end up with a budget and then they allow you to have an amended budget, say 3 months down the road, where all of a sudden.
Isn't that what a supplemental budget is? That's what supplemental
You're allowed to
budget
change appropriations, but you have to go through, it has to go through council to make that determination, so.
Yeah, but I mean, if you all of a sudden said, ooh, then you would come to us and say.
Yeah, that'd be.
Hasn't that happened? Didn't that happen last year when we had legal fees? When we had, when we sat here and listened, maybe it was the year before last.
No.
And maybe the year before last. Maybe 2 times. It's like, oh, all of a sudden we've got triple the amount of legal fees and we have no budget for it, so you have to pass a resolution to.
Yes, to move money from one, basically like,
It was like $80,000.
Yes, it was a big number. I was trying to avoid, I was going to say bigger, but it was huge, as we all know, and we had to, I wasn't here, I was only a visitor, a guest in the lobby, but you had to pass a
resolution.
Thank you. For supplemental.
Well, I don't know if
expense.
How we can fix this part B and.
For the proposed budget, then council is able to
Well, then you have a proposed budget, then it is kind of your fail-safe, right?
Yeah.
Where,
have something, but I think, I don't know, just that we can still
Earlier.
Oh, I love starting earlier.
talk, yeah.
We'll follow up with Missy though, and then we'll do some digging in to see what other cities have kind of in their ordinances.
State law, state budget law, you have to have your budget committee make its recommendation to the council at least 30 days for the council to make the decision.
May 30th, well, if we have to adopt it June 30th. Oh, yeah, June 1st,
And
May
you can have a
30th.
second meeting in June if you need it.
I kind of stated in C.
Yeah, it is, but like with our meetings already happening the third week of the month, that doesn't leave a lot of time if another one needs to be.
Well, it'd probably realistically be adopted before your June council meeting. I mean, that would be in theory when it would be, like,
So
what
that
did
would
it
be
be in
the
the
May
past?
council
So
meeting.
in the past, we've done one meeting in March.
Okay.
And they adopt it.
Okay.
Done it in, where they done one meeting in May and adopted it in June.
I'm all for starting earlier.
But I love planning and I love getting things done early, so.
I don't like leaving at the last minute because that is stressful and feels. Here, quick.
Well, then you have time to
Approve this, please.
amendments to that before it actually comes to the July 1 date, so.
Yeah.
Parks will do ours 6 months in advance.
Yeah,
We start ours in February, so it's, yeah.
I appreciate your background in this area, but, I think, assuming none of us are here anymore, I'd just like to potential other pitfalls. Okay, so Article 10, last one, here we go. What does that last sentence mean, that a charter amendment is not required to authorize city indebtedness?
Meaning, we do not need to go out for a vote
Do,
to include that, to the state legal limit. Some cities, I think even trying that, have to go over a certain amount, they have to go out for the voters to get.
We have a debt ceiling.
Right now, we just follow the state, I can't remember exactly how much it is.
so why are we removing this, the 10.02 continuation of ordinances? Don't we want our ordinances to remain in effect until amended or repealed?
That's honestly in the ordinance itself.
But the charter
The
would
charter wouldn't really
supersede any of
supersede any of that.
it?
Hold on.
Because if we have any ordinance that contradicts the charter amendments that we're putting forth, I guess they don't hold up to, I don't know, do they automatically become something we have to change?
Honestly, we should change a lot of our ordinances, because they're old and outdated. Let's ask Missy on that one.
So what if it said something like, remain in effect until amended or repealed, or void if contradict the charter or something like that?
Until what?
Or they're
Avoid
considered void if they contradict the charter. So like if this is voted through and there is an ordinance out there that directly contradicts the charter,
And it should automatically be voided.
right?
Charter would supersede.
Right.
Yeah, the charter would.
So is that why we have deleted this? Because this is over the top of ordinances anyways?
Yeah,
Okay.
that's one reason, but, the other reason too, I'm thinking here is, this is a safety clause, the fair old ordinance that we but we want to keep.
I mean, shouldn't ordinances just stay in effect no matter what? Like, as long as they don't
Technically-
contradict the charter?
Yes. But I like you adding, let's say, contradict this, they are voided. But I don't know how that would stand up in court, so.
So maybe just ask Missy,
Yeah.
it needs to
Stay off because this supersedes ordinances anyways, then I'm fine with that. I just had the question.
Rewriting ordinances going to be.
We still have a lot of work ahead of us.
Yeah, this is step one of probably about 100.
Many, many, many steps.
So who's gonna do that?
We got this guy to tackle next too. Welcome aboard.
To manage the city.
That is managing.
He'll let you know.
They will most likely be calling us.
Yeah.
For time of effective charter, it says take effect upon certification of an affirmative vote of the people of King City.
So basically, that says
Should it
when we.
Say in January?
No, it's, basically gets when we get the certification from the state, or,
Which could be in December.
which could be in December.
Okay.
It's not, because I think direction said this would take effect.
January of 27th.
That's the discussion, because the election date changes all the time.
Yeah.
And the 30 days comes up right at Christmas time. So we just said it would make sense to have it go effect January 1.
Right, but that's not what this says. This says upon certification,
Well,
which would be like technically in December.
it would be better to be January 1.
It needs to say takes effect January 1 upon certification.
Following the certification.
Yes.
Take effect January 1st, following certification of affirmative vote.
Yeah.
Because then that does leave like 2 weeks of I don't know. It does feel cleaner.
With the old charter.
Yeah, right.
2 extra weeks, yeah. Okay.
This is maybe where
Icon.
Take effect January 1st, following the certification of an affirmative. Okay, and we already talked about urban renewal district and.
Yeah, urban renewal district is pretty straightforward. We removed the, public trail transit system. And that is it.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, absolutely.
The urban renewal district, does that include this private property here where the grocery outlet is?
It could. There are some rules on urban renewal districts. I'm still learning them.
I thought I had a little bit more time.
No, it has to go that way.
Do you know much about urban renewal? Okay. From my quick read of urban renewal districts is that it is for updating blighted areas, or areas that are going to be, I want to say reclassified. Underutilized, yeah.
You're thinking about Sherry's.
The whole thing.
Yeah.
Well, because one of the things that Vince and I have talked about is that if they looked at Sherry's and they gutted it but left the roof and the support columns and opened it up so it was a little pavilion kind of area, a little seating, outdoor area, you could put food carts along the parking lot and then people would have a place to eat. So would it cover that kind of thing?
Well, this is real.
What?
I actually talked yesterday after, these people
That we know that are big developers that would change this.
The whole thing,
The whole
grocery
thing.
outlet, everything.
The whole thing.
Well, let's talk.
housing, retail, what they've done is like they
Exactly.
Or adding the second story from residential.
Oh, it would be more than that, it'd be gone. Be a whole new look.
Like Lake Oswego, yeah.
And that's where some Main Street.
Like we're doing in the town center.
Yeah.
We have retail on the first floor and 3 stories of apartments.
Yeah, but that addresses this issue here
With this mini mall, not a mall.
Strip mall.
It's a bunch of disjointed businesses.
It's a strip mall.
Yeah, and it's outlived its purpose.
And what we want to do is so the people that are going up and down I talked to you about this, that are going up and down Highway 99, the people that are coming in from Sherwood to go to work and the people that are going home, we'd like them to stop in on 116th, come through our shopping center, and exit out the other way, or vice versa, so that the people that are going home, if the whole idea of the food trucks, and then this is such a great idea, that people will pull off and stop because it's easier than it is at Safeway or at Trader Joe's. It's just an easy off, easy on.
We don't have any places to do the cars right now. We talked about it. We also don't have code for it. Exactly.
In an urban.
But I know people that could change that.
Down the road, I mean,
Yeah.
Sure, if we all feel pretty
Good about where we're at.
What I'll do is, rewrite this,
Okay.
get you a nice, new, clean version that.
Send Missy a list of questions.
And send Missy a list of questions. I'll send it to.
And so then we
Yeah.
should have another workshop after.
Even another work, depending on clarity of it all, I think send it out, and if we determine another work.
Shop, or maybe we can just chat about it in our regular meeting, if there's not
Regular
a.
meeting might be pretty quick.
Special meeting. An hour, that's the only thing on the agenda.
Yeah, I guess we didn't have enough.
Those things again, so yeah.
But I think we.
We actually did a lot more than I thought we were going to.
You did a good job, Mike.
Do you have another question, Jim?
I still think we should have a vote on mayor. I think somebody needs to vote it in. I think we have to have the whole city decide if we want the mayor to be the council. That's necessary.
Can I throw one more thought in?
Yeah.
On the compensation issue? If the mayor, I have a feeling that it would be easier to have people happy about compensation election.
What we can do too is.
I don't think this is gonna be like an income. I imagine this is like,
No,
this is so minimal.
Yeah, like I said.
Are you going to quit your day job? Would you consider quitting your day job?
Let's have Aaron do the survey and say, hey, you want to vote for the mayor, or you want it appointed by 5 people?
If there's things that we want to put in all specific to this, like, I'm happy to put a survey out, just to get an idea. Mind you that, like, the current survey we have right now has gotten about 85 responses. So if you're okay with
85 responses.
Do they have surveys at all? Like, do you think that there's, like, how many surveys go out, and then are they just?
The issue becomes that,
It's hard because some people aren't on social media.
Yeah.
I feel like it's,
We have to provide up here, but.
I would
Yeah,
agree.
and I know the counselors and counselors.
What, better clarity on what you,
And I have the print out.
So, that brings up a.
Sometimes, like,
Wait a
I
couple
put a bunch of surveys.
They're very contrary these days.
Give us their opinion in a survey.
We might have a point too, because we've already done, this is what our second one is.
Second one, it's our amendment. Yeah, but the thing is I feel like everyone here has spent so much time not being listened to that a survey or three doesn't hurt. Because then at the very least, they feel like we're actually trying to give them options for things instead of telling them, hey, this is what we're thinking at a city. So, but then also the issue becomes that with surveys, there's not really a way to limit who is responding to these surveys.
I mean, there is a way of doing it. We can do it through survey 1, 2, 3 and geofence it.
Yeah.
But.
The first one we requested addresses, and I think that threw a lot of people off because they felt like they didn't.
Yeah.
There were people that said they did not want to take that survey because they didn't want their information provided.
can we just say like area, we live in Edgewater, or KCCA, or,
But also people could want residents.
because that's also,
Yeah, like if somebody from, say, like, I'm not to say this word, but Highlands or Edgewater is like, I want to skew the opinions of these people. I'm going to say that I'm from Edgewater, and I'm going to, like,
Edgewater's the trouble.
They can get real weedy and weird, you know, people are weird that way.
Yeah, yeah.
So I don't think we have fatigue because Aaron's just done two. We haven't had surveys since Aaron started.
Well, and I've talked to a few of you, and one of the things I've been thinking about is I want to come to community events, HOAs, and so that might be an opportunity for me to go out, and then I can talk to people and say, have you filled out your survey? It's really important to get feedback, and then either have them there or point them to where they are to make sure that they're doing them. Because it'd be nice to see to get a more count back than 85.
Yeah.
Have you heard the news that KCCA thinks that they're King City and none of the rest of you are? They do.
Vinny, who sort of gets that particular message out, and I'm gonna say probably Channel 2 and Channel 12 or something, and then you kind of get to the more liberal and the more conservative, television news watchers.
Channel 6 is has been doing that fairly regularly. They'll have a segment, they'll go to, towns all over. There's television area.
I worked at 6 for a while, for a couple of years. I will see if I can connect with them and see if we can get them to maybe more local spotlight, maybe have them on the AM show or something, but like.
Plus the Tiger Life guy. There's a new guy at Tiger Life.
Yeah. And we've already talked to him about running a mayor's corner.
Can I get a motion to adjourn?
I make motion we adjourn.
Second.
Hey, all.
All right.
Donuts home, you guys. Okay.
Did I say motion adjourn? My brain's like, what did I just say?
Oh, good, I can't. We talked a little bit yesterday about a mayor's corner.
Maybe you'll highlight the.
So whatever she writes.
Okay, we got one here. That'd be great.